That was good. I'll tell you what. I want to do another one. And helps me get into that groove. Let's try a little tennis.
Stop wasting my time. You know what I want. You know what I need. Oh, maybe you don't. Do I have to come right flat out and tell you everything? Give me some money. Give me some money. I'm nobody's fool. I'm nobody's clown. I'm treating you cool. I'm putting you down. But baby, I don't intend to leave empty-handed. Give me some money. Give me some money. Oh yeah. Go, Nigel, go! Give me some money. Give me some money. Don't get me wrong. Some money. Try getting me right. Some money. Your face is okay, but your purse is too tight. Some money. I'm looking for pound notes, loose change, bad checks, anything. Give me some money. 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 Give me some money.
Oh, yeah. Going all the way back to 1967, it's the Thamesmen with Gimme Some Money. Haven't done the DJ thing in a while. By the way, before that was, of course, the classic from 1976, KC and the Sunshine Band. They actually got a TV show for a very little while. Just like, if you guys remember the song Afternoon Delight, the Starland vocal band? Yeah. Those guys' show lasted longer, but not as long as Sha Na Na. Sha Na Na lasted in circulation for, I think, like 7 years or something. Guess the show was cheap to make. It was kind of like, a lot like Hee Haw. I mean, if you really want the standard bearer for all of this, it was Hee Haw. Because Hee Haw had the same cast. I mean, wow, same bad jokes. Really bad jokes. But doesn't matter because they were entertaining. I remember that was one of the few TV shows besides wrestling and baseball that my grandfather actually watched. He loved Hee Haw. He thought it was all wholesome humor, and he might have been right. So, here I am, streaming. Wow. So, I guess we need to get the story out there. Why the hell am I streaming at such a weird time? Well, that's pretty easy. I've been going to bed earlier and earlier because I'm getting older. You know, technically I'm in my late 50s now. So I've been doing walk-arounds. Got my rollator out and just burning it down. Yeah, Slappy, I actually had the Roy Clark Big Note soundbook. Or Big Note, yeah, Big Note book. The one where it teaches you how to play the guitar. I never learned how to play the guitar. I just never had that dexterity. But I did have the Roy Clark Big Note songbook. It would have been nice had I been able to take the time and learn some shit, but I didn't. So now my children suffer. Oh, wait, I don't have any kids. Never mind. Now the children that I would have had suffered. There you go. That works a little bit better. Okay. I like tobacco. But I'm going to shun it for 4 days straight. Because, well, I got something coming up. Let's talk about unique circumstances, shall we? So I guess most of you know that I am friends with Three Force Yoda and Harley Quinn's Happy Hour. Well, they just recently decided within, I don't know, past 3 months, now that Yoda is officially divorced, they're going to get married. And I was happy for him. Because they seem to be happy. Another love connection made on the interwebs. And, you know, I'm supportive of anybody who wants to try and shoot for love. Hell yes. I mean, a lot of us, it's a hit and miss, but still, it's welcome to the fact that somebody wants to try. Got to give them their due, right? So, in the planning of it, I was asked to come to the wedding, and I'm like, wow, that's flattering, but I am on a fixed income, so I don't know how the hell I would get down there. To which they stepped up and said, figure out how you're going to fly down here. And I'm like, okay. I did talk to my doctor, and he's like, well, you still have DVT, so flying might not be the thing that you want to do. And I was like, I sure as fuck am not driving 24 hours down to Florida, because I'll be honest with you, 24 hours and the amount of gas I would spend. I mean, my car only gets like I think it's 28 on the highway, 28 miles. So they said, we will buy your ticket if you come down. And I'm like, how the hell could I say no at that point? So I was searching online and searching online. And holy fucking shit. I live in Dayton. People know that I live in Dayton, Ohio. And there is the Dayton International Airport. So I started looking into it. And even if I took like the shittiest route traveled, like 3 stops on the way, it was going to be $750. $750 for a round trip ticket from Ohio to Florida. And I'm like, fuck that. A buddy of mine was like, hey, you should really check Cincinnati, because Cincinnati has a bigger hub. So I'm like, all right, I'll check it out. So I was able to find round trip. Now, I couldn't just fly down, go to the wedding, have a sleep, and then fly back. It's a minimum of 3 days stay, or the ticket prices are double. So when I looked it up, I'm like, oh, hell, this is like $300. Then I added a day, and it dropped all the way down to $120. I have no idea how this math works. I'm not even going to step into it. But I said, hey, listen, I found a ticket for $120. And they bought me a ticket to fly down. So I'm starting to get everything in order, because this is like the beginning of this week where I really started taking it seriously. And I'm like, if you want me, I will be there. To me, it's too great of a compliment. So I get the flight booked. But my buddy who suggested going to Cincinnati, I'm like, well, I need somebody to take me down there, because I'm not gonna drive and leave my vehicle down there, even if it is for like 3 days. So he's like, all right, I'll take you. And he's like, just don't make it in the morning, because I'm not a morning guy. And I'm like, all right, cool. So got my flight booked, got my escort down to Cincinnati, and he's going to pick me up when I come back. Got my kitty sitter set up. Gonna come over, check on the kitties every day, feed, water, and go on about the business. So the only thing I need is a place to stay when I'm down there. And holy shit, I mean, because they're right around the tourist country. It's in Orlando. And I just kept looking around, and they're like, oh, the luxury accommodations for only $100 a night. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm not going to be able to afford $100 a night. It's just not going to happen. I found like the cheap one. It was like $52. And then I went on Yelp, and there were many photographs and videos of roaches and bedbugs. No fucking way. Not gonna happen. So I found one that's got basic accommodations. Nothing big, nothing fancy. And I had to figure out how to pay for it. So that's the reason why I have a weird time of night that I'm jumping on to eBay. I'm trying to get $250. That's going to take care of the accommodations and leave me about $30 for food for those 3 days. I figured $10 a day. I mean, if nothing else, I will pack extra Slim Jims and Go-Gurt. Just to take care of business. Tobacco. And in the time that I'm going to be there, since, well, it's a no smoking hotel, but in the time that I'm going to be there, I am legit going to not smoke for those 3.5 days, pretty much. From the 1st to when I get back on the 4th, no tobacco products shall I have. Ain't that some shit? Let me see here. Let me check this. Just send out some, hey, are you guys awake? Yeah. I've kind of noticed, though, that a lot of people will start streaming at the even hours, like 6, 8, 10, 12. I guess I'm part of that too. Because normally I start at 2 a.m. And I'll be honest with you. I've never been good at the e-begging thing. I don't think I ever will be. But I did come up with a new graphic that I'll show you. By the way, Discord Nitro needs to fuck right off. I'm telling you that right now. That irritates the shit out of me. So there's my graphic for this show, because I'm going to try to be that sideshow carnival barker that intrigues you and entices you to go into the big top, throw some cash around. I kind of like it. It's basic. And, nothing else. I always have the bar to flip back to. Although it's been really weird lately because the Streamlabs toolbox has been fucking up quite a bit. Like, I don't know. If I go to the bar, is it fixed? No, you can't see it. It's not there. The head is not there. Let's see. I might as well fuck around. Okay. This? Yeah, okay. There we go. My head's there too. But I'm going to use this for a little bit just because I made it for no apparent reason. So, with that said, let me just get some hellos, shall I? I'm sure he's in bed by now, but hello, Turish. Hello, Tyro. Hello, William Stenchever. Hello, Slappy Get Right. Hi, Addie. Hey, Wild Tanuki. And a good morning. Oh, no, it's not morning yet. Hey, good evening. The 3-4 Shota. The bride to be. By the way, I don't know if you guys follow any type of politics, but did you guys watch the Fetterman Dr. Oz debate? Holy shit. I mean, I thought after my strokes, I was mentally impaired. Fetterman needs to back down, and like right now. Watching that thing is just, I mean, it's like it's like Joe Biden, the early years. But it was bad. It was bad because they did like opening speeches. And Fetterman started out immediately with, with "Good night, everybody." That guy needs to run and run away. Hey,
Why? I just got here.
did you see the Fetterman Dr. Oz debate?
That was Doctor. God, I wondered who that. I wondered why you looked familiar. No, I saw clips of it, and it was I guess demented people is the new Democrat strategy. So
I was literally blown away because this guy is bad. He is bad off. He was like me in my I would say my first 2 weeks after my second hard stroke. He literally had, you could see it in his eyes. He had barely any comprehension of what he was doing.
yeah,
That
the fracking question was real though.
yeah, because he support fracking because fracking is fracking and it's good fracking.
Yeah, he said I support fracking. I like fracking or something like that. I was just like, wait, what?
Yeah, it was very doot, 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 doot. I mean, you could hear like merry-go-round broken down playing back behind him. It was really it wasn't hard to watch because I had popcorn.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not going to get any better like Carrie Lake in Arizona. She is a fucking rock star. Hey, nobody you know. Literally, her opponent runs from her, will not debate her at all. And
yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
And here's the bias. Carrie Lake went in and recorded an interview with the local PBS.
Yeah.
And there was supposed to be a committee that set up all these debates. And her opponent, I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. I know somebody in the chat does. But her opponent has been running away from her, saying that she's not going to do it. Carrie Lake recorded an interview, so her opponent decides that she wants equal time. She won't debate Carrie Lake, but she wants equal time, and that's against the rules. But PBS, being owned by a very left-leaning person, decided, we're going to go ahead. We're going to air Carrie Lake, and then we're going to air her opponent. And Carrie Lake said, listen, you're not following along with the rules, so I'm taking away my consent for you guys to play my interview. If you're going to try to skirt around this by saying, since I got time that she deserves equal time, then I don't want any time from you guys. And
I have no idea what equal time means. Like, I don't understand. Like, equal time in what?
Equal time airing. Like, if you have 3 candidates running for whatever party, then all 3 candidates have to be given equal advertising time, even if it's just like 5 minutes. They all have to have 5 minutes. That's what the election rules are.
So what's the problem?
Well, Carrie Lake, the only thing she wants to do is debate this other bitch. That's all she wants to do is get her in the same room. You know, follow parliamentary procedure rule. You get the equal amount of time each person, like a traditional debate. And this woman will not, in any shape or form, debate Carrie Lake. And
Nice.
And I went on YouTube to try to find a collection of Carrie Lake owning the media, because she's done it several times. And it's been fucking hilarious. Like, one of my favorite ones was when a CNN reporter came up to her and started asking her questions. She's like, whoa, wait a minute. you're from CNN. She's like, yeah, I'd like to get an interview with you. She goes, okay, I'll make you a deal. I will give you an interview as long as it's on CNN Plus. And she goes, well, CNN Plus doesn't exist anymore. She's like, you're right. Bye.
Yeah.
Carrie Lake is fucking hilarious. She's like
Okay.
a male Donald Trump. She doesn't take shit.
Dude, CNN Plus was a hilarious waste of money.
Oh yeah.
Like it failed so poorly, or not even poorly. It failed so well.
Well, I mean, it's as awesome as the Peacock network, except for at least they try to, show like TV shows and movies and shit.
Yeah.
But I am. You do not get equal time when you're not on the goddamn debate stage. Yeah, it's the whole thing is that if there's somebody that wants to debate you, why don't you put on your brainiac hat and make your best stand? If you are a better candidate, then that means you'll either hold your own or dominate. But it came back. They did a poll, and this was a unilateral poll, not a party poll, but they actually did a unilateral poll, and Dr. Oz won that debate by 82%.
No way.
82% of the people said they would vote for Dr. Oz. And I think Dr. Oz is a criminal and a dickhead.
He's a criminal.
Oh yeah. He was
I don't know.
He was the one who was selling those diet remedies that would make you lose weight. And they literally proved that the shit he was selling would not make you lose weight. So he was, selling to people who had a dream and or an obsession to try and lose weight. And he made millions of dollars off that.
Yeah, he was selling snake oil.
Yeah, essentially. And he looks like a snake oil salesman. If he was in my district, I sure as fuck would not vote for this guy. I
wouldn't call him a criminal. He never got caught.
Well, no. He's being sued for it now.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
CNN failed, or just about like the new G4 TV. Yeah, I was really unironically happy that G4 TV failed because, look, I was actually upset with its existence. Because I grew up watching G4 TV. It was like a large part of my early to mid-teens or whatever. It was a big deal. And they straight up fucking destroyed it. And I even said the other day, I was like, it's really sad that I'm reliving my childhood, but the difference is everything I enjoyed about it is being destroyed before my eyes.
Well, now you know how I fucking feel.
Yeah, like Clerks is another example. Like Clerks 2, I loved that movie. The first two movies, actually, I loved them, especially Clerks 2. And one of the things I loved about Clerks 2 so much was just the banter throughout the movie. Like, it was mostly just that,
Well, I mean, you got to admit, Porch Monkey for Life was pretty funny.
Yes, that and my favorite scene is, I think you should know what my favorite scene of that whole movie is, without me even having to tell you.
The only thing I can guess is it the explanation of Lord of the Rings by Randall?
You're close. That was my second favorite.
Okay. What was your favorite then?
The Donkey Show.
Oh, see, I thought that one was just lowball humor. I didn't.
Dude, I was crying. Hardcore bestiality. It's interspecies erotica, asshole. I cried when I first saw that scene. I was laughing way too hard. But no, like, but I love the movie. And then when I watched Clerks 2, it's like, look, okay, or Clerks 3. The ending of Clerks 3, I both liked and hated. Okay. I liked it because like, I did feel like the ending was compelling in a way, but the problem was the setup was fucking stupid, right? Like, what are the odds that two people that are friends would both have a heart attack within the same month like that? Like, and you know what I mean? Like, it was just weird.
Big, because remember, just because Kevin put it in the script, he wrote it into the script as a signpost, as a warning, because the doctor says to Dante, well, if you eat like him, then you need to get your heart checked out.
Yeah.
So that's what, in Kevin Smith's mind, he thinks is laying the foundation.
Yeah, Kevin Smith ruined the fucking movie. The reason he ruined the movie, and bear in mind, I liked the callback to the first one and how it was all like connected in this weird way. Like, I liked that idea, but there was so much about it that just didn't work. Like, here's a big one that didn't work. Kevin Smith talked too fucking much in the movie.
Well, yeah.
Like, way too fucking much. Like Silent Bob talked way too he had way too many scenes with him talking. And it just so like Silent Bob was only ever, the shtick was he only said something at the end, right? He was he was the guy that had the solution at the end of the movie. That was supposed to be the shtick with Silent Bob.
Well, you know why Silent Bob talked in the first Clerks, right?
God, it's been so long.
Because Jay Mewes was so fucking wasted, he couldn't get the lines out. So that's a truism. How he was like, just shut the fuck up, I'll do the lines. So yeah, that's the reason why Kevin Smith only had one line in Clerks, and that's because Jason Mewes couldn't get it out of his drug-addled mouth.
Well, I mean, I will say though that Mewes is a lot better in Clerks 3 than he was in Jay and Silent Bob Do a Remake. That movie was so fucking bad. It was such a horrible fucking movie.
Well, you know where I think Jason Mewes performed the best.
I almost said Porch Monkeys.
Dogma.
Dogma, yeah. Like Dogma and Mallrats. Like, I think Mallrats is actually very underrated. I actually really liked Mallrats. I also like Dogma as well. But like I don't know, Clerks 3 just, like, it had a few jokes in there but I got really tired of the references to other jokes. I'm like, Are you really going to be this fucking lazy? Like, you're not going to make something actually bigger or funnier or anything. And it felt like it was a rehash of the Jay and Silent Bob movies because, oh, look, like, they're making a movie. Oh, cool. Like, I haven't seen this in one of Kevin Smith's movies before. Know?
It's one of those wink, 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 wink. Okay, stop winking. We know you're being meta, but it's not funny. You're not doing anything with it. Now, I will say Clerks 2 had kind of a heart because of the fact that I've always liked the character Dante. He's down on his luck, but he's never given up. He's looking for love. And then Kevin Smith in Clerks 3 literally punches the character in the balls.
Yep. Well, I mean, I liked the character in Clerks 3 as well, but they ended up ruining the character in the end because he just kind of like, and then they killed off his wife and the baby. Like, what, like, wasn't it like months after she got pregnant or some gay shit? Like, almost immediately, like, ruining the movie.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here like honestly, after I had watched the movie and sat and thought about it, my question was, did we need a Clerks 3? And my answer to that question is, no, not really.
No.
And that was kind of like what I came down to in my head, because Clerks 2 had a good summary ending. Like, I didn't need to see what happened next. Like, we could guess that they're there until they die. Like, it's pretty self-explanatory, you know?
Well, I mean, I just wanted to see where Dante was at. Was Dante
Oh my
happy?
god. I was so mad at the end. He forced his daughter into the fucking movie again.
Yeah.
And she was the milk lady. I'm like, no.
Well,
That was like my favorite character. Was the milk lady.
well, wait a minute. You do know that her boyfriend got into the movie as Elias's sidekick.
Oh,
And
that's who that was?
yeah. That's it's like, oh, he's got his own little Silent Bob. It's like the fucking kid can't act. Well, neither can Kevin Smith's daughter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I'm having bad Yoga Hoser flashbacks right now.
right. I mean, like, dude, like I don't know, like it was just so much about the movie that I had like in the end I felt like basically I came away from it thinking it wasn't bad. It wasn't a horrible fucking movie. Like comparing it to like Jay and Silent Bob do a remake, which I think was legitimately not funny, terrible movie. There was not one part of that movie that made me laugh. In fact, Jason Mewes ruined that fucking movie. To be 100%. Actually, you know the funniest scene of Jay and Silent Bob do a remake was? It was the one scene where they were in the store and what's his face was in it. I can't remember his fucking name ever. The one that had that short-lived show about karma and all of that.
What, My Name is Earl?
Yeah, that guy.
Jason Lee.
Yeah, Jason Lee. He had the only funny part of the entire Jay and Silent Bob do a remake. And then I felt like the whole last half of that movie was just Kevin Smith jerking himself off. Like,
dude, that's what the end of Clerks 3 was. It was,
yes.
Okay, here are the two roads that my life could have taken after the heart attack. Either I die or I get inspired to do something. And that something he got inspired to do was not very good.
Yeah, I just like, and I love the character that plays. I already forgot the name of the character, Dante and
Randall.
Keep wanting to say Randall. I almost said Roger. I love Randall. Was my favorite character. Like I identify with Randall almost perfectly. Right. Like I like every time Randall speaks, I'm like, yeah. Like, and then in this movie, he had no hot take. Really, the entire movie. It was fucking weird.
No, he was a literal dick all the way through it until his best friend started dying. And then he's like, oh, I really love you. And here, this is how I see you. And I'm fucking glad Dante died before he got to watch the entire movie. Because fuck him. That really just, it bugs the piss out of me that the heart and soul of the Clerks franchise, he so wantonly needed to kill off. Because Kevin Smith sees himself as Randall, not as Dante. And he is both characters because he wrote both of them, but apparently he doesn't like his lovable loser side. That's William says, imagine being a grown-ass man and your screen name is Gilded Poo and you think it's cool.
I don't think it's cool. I think it's accurate.
Yeah, there you go. And really, I mean, it's as a writer, I could see exactly what he was doing, and yeah, he was glad handing himself. That's I mean, he ghosted through actually making a good movie for at least the past 3 movies.
Yeah.
And now the unfortunate thing is, after he's done with the road show, he's gonna make Moose Jaws because he got the funding for it.
Great.
Yeah, a Canadian great white shark.
I just,
he doesn't know how to make a movie like Jaws. He's not that good of a director or a writer.
see, you know what the biggest issue with Clerks 3 was actually? You know what made like Clerks 2 and 1 so good? Was that they weren't trying to be like a high budget production, right? Whereas 3 tried, like, especially toward the end, it tried to be something it wasn't. You know what I mean? Like, although I think they kind of pulled off the ending in a way that was very, I guess, touching. At the same time, it was too, I guess you'd say, on the nose, and kind of took away and somewhat broke the, I guess you would say, the theme. Because I don't know, I watched the movie and I felt like it should have been lower budget. You know what I mean? They spent too much money. I think it even flopped.
Dude, do you know how much they spent?
Like 35 million, if I remember right.
$7 million was the budget.
On Clerks 3?
Yep.
Thought it was more than that.
Nope, 7 million.
Oh, no, you're right. Because that's okay. Clerks 2 was more than that.
Yeah. I mean, shit, they had the big ass dance number, for God's sake.
Then why did he try so fucking hard to be a pretentious fuck about it?
Because he's a dick, and like you have to remember, my brother took me to see the Jay and Silent Bob Reboot Roadshow, and it was probably one of the worst experiences theater going that I've ever had, because there were too many Kevin Smith fanboys there, and when somebody would appear in the movie, a cameo, they just fucking go nuts. You couldn't hear what the person was saying. And then if they actually were able to pull off one joke, they overlaughed on it.
Okay, so I'm completely wrong. So Clerks 2 was 5 million.
I thought it was 13, but okay.
That's what I thought, but I looked it up. Apparently Clerks 3 totally flopped. That's what it looks like.
Oh yeah, dude. And critics burned it down. Even the fucking New York Post burned it down.
It made less money than the budget of Clerks 2.
But let me just put this in. It's going to make money because Kevin Smith's going to run that road show for a year, and they will sell out. And like I mentioned in my previous stream, the merchandise almost literally flies off the fucking shelves.
Oh yeah, that was another thing that I hated. Like, this just reminded me. Somehow the okay, so you know the relationship between Dante and her, they turned him into a cuck.
Yeah.
In some weird abstract way. Like, they found a way to make him like a cuck by having her be, I guess, an hallucination that was talking about having sex with all these other men to him and him not caring for some reason. Dude, total cuck.
He got cucked by a ghost.
Right. And then she sits there and goes on about how she didn't care about romantic love, but the entire ending of Clerks 2 was about how he changed her mind.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you just totally ruined the movie. Like, the Clerks 2, like, everything about Clerks 2, you pulled a fucking Star Wars Episode 8 on your own movie.
Yeah, he literally dropped the ball because he was talking about, I've been working on Clerks 3 for years. Have you? Have you really? Because it feels like you watched Clerks 2 and then just picked it up and wrote it from there. You didn't go 15 years into the future, because I will swear to God that there is nobody that would remain friends with Randall for 15 years if Randall just all he ever did was shit on him.
Yeah.
Hey, SMG, how's it going? Yeah, there's no way. The picture Clerks 3 would have opened up with Randall behind the counter by himself. And then explaining, Dante, I had to buy Dante out because he didn't want to do anything anymore. Or Dante just became a fucking silent partner. And him and his wife and his baby went off to go have, family adventures. I mean, can we stop putting Kevin Smith's relative?
Oh, the guy, I was just going to say that, yeah. Yeah, like, no, his relative is his wife.
By the way, is it just me, or does she play a bitch really well?
Because she looks like one.
Apparently, she acts like one too. I mean, I, I've been saying for years that I think Kevin Smith has a beard for a reason.
Probably.
SMG, don't bother. Clerks 3 is bad. It's horrible. If I can if I can recommend you a movie to watch, there's two of them. The second one just came out. It's called The Accident Man. And it is nothing but Jackie Chan like chop sake. There's a lot of good martial artists in it. Like renowned martial artists, like some of them that were part of the original Mortal Kombat movie, and Michael Jai White's in it, and Ray Park is in it. And they're fun. They're a lot of fun. The guy who I think did the best Punisher, Ray Stevenson, he's also in it. But he actually gets to use his British accent, so there's that. But yeah, you guys get the chance, Accident Man. And then the second one's like Accident Man, the Holiday Special. Something like that. It's, have you ever seen the movie Crank?
A long time ago.
With Jason Statham, it's like that. It's very high energy, but goddamn, man, the fight scenes are just brilliant. They are awesome to watch. Well, you're not gonna like Clerks 3, SMG, and if you do, you're probably somewhere on the spectrum, dude, because this was a bad movie. It's a big example of how a director and writer disrespects his own characters.
Yeah, I was really excited to see the movie, legitimately. And really wanted to like it.
Me
And
too.
in the end, I at first I was like, this isn't terrible. And then I thought about it, and then thought about it. I actually watched it a second time, and it was just, yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I watched it twice because I wanted to make sure that I had the lore straight when I did my last stream.
I was wanting to make sure I wasn't insane, and then I determined that I'm still insane, but I'm more sane than the fucking movie.
Yeah, it's just oh my god, this guy has been with you through thick and thin. You haven't fucked or anything, but he's your fucking hetero life mate. And you're legitimately still treating him like shit. And
I mean,
I don't honestly think he knew how to write Jay and Silent Bob. They did not seem like the Jay and Silent Bob from the last two shows.
from the what?
From the last two Clerks, I should say. They did not feel like them.
Yeah, the problem is Kevin Smith talked too much in the fucking movie.
Well, I know he brought real stories. Hey, Gil. I know he brought real stories because I used to watch the Kevin Smith, for lack of a better word, stand-up.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about how Jason Mewes made everybody go away so he could do the dance in front of the store, that's real. He's putting in real stories, like the whole cat, not letting the cat shit all day.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's real stuff in it, but I mean, them thinking that they have to sell drugs the 90s way when they have a dispensary. And by the way, selling pot is still illegal in the state of New Jersey.
Nice.
So they could not have had an actual dispensary.
It was a dream.
Ugh, it was a nightmare. Jay and Silent Bob reboot. That was bad.
Yes.
And literally the Jay and Silent Bob reboot is just wiped out of continuity completely. Because yeah, okay, is Jay actually spending time with his daughter now? Is she around? Well, apparently she is, because she went to the funeral, but she's somebody completely different.
She's the milk lady.
I mean, I know they had Walt come back and play the Eggman. And the woman who played the original milk lady was Kevin Smith's mom.
Yeah.
But Kevin Smith's mom got her cameo in the when they were at the Playhouse doing the tryouts.
Yeah.
And the tryouts were just laborious, man. They were just
Dude,
like
that scene went on
long.
for way too long. Yeah, and it wasn't even funny. There was no. It was cringe.
Dude, anything with Fred Armisen in it automatically makes it unfunny.
That or Ben Affleck.
Well, you could tell they probably shot that someplace else. That Ben's like,
Yeah.
all right, fuck it, I'll do it. You know, here's my schedule. I'll give you 20 minutes. Now make sure, Athena, that you're not echoing.
I'm not, as far as I know.
Okay. By the way, I really do, since I'm old, I really do have to hit the bathroom. Mexican yesterday was a bad idea. I shall be right. I shall be right back. Vlad, you're in charge. Rip or love Clerks as you see fit.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
get on my cat.
I can understand why why you guys hate it, but personally, I found it a little bit of a guilty pleasure. I don't know. It just, to me, Randall and Dante were being assholes to each other, but I don't know. The ending got to me a little bit. It's like, hey, this is how I see us, man. Like, I know I was an asshole to you, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, as I said earlier, I said the ending was touching. Like, it did an effective job of doing a touching ending. I gave him that. And the problem is that how the ending was even started in the first place, I thought was cheesy. Like, it was not very well done. Everything leading up to that was whatever. It was gay. I mean, it was just there was so much wrong with it. The constant referencing of old jokes, whilst making none or little to none. Like, the banter, the thing that I loved about the original movies was all but missing. The reboot's still worth watching than I heard otherwise. No, the reboot is terrible. Jay and Silent Bob reboot.
I wasn't even aware there was a reboot.
No, it's called Jay and Silent Bob Do a Reboot, and it was a bad movie. A lot of this is just Kevin Smith jerking himself off, and something some Mexican guy said he sold out, which, I mean, he did, yes, but I was trying to go into the movie not thinking that way. Like, I was trying to allow the movie to speak for itself.
So when do you think Kevin Smith sold out?
I don't know. I didn't even know that he sold out until around the He-Man drama.
And yeah, that's what I was thinking, honestly. That's when he sold out, during the He-Man drama, whatever.
Other people told me before that, or he'd sold out well before that. I mean, he probably did, but that's when I heard about it. So,
yep.
And it was kind of, it's just sad, really. It's disappointing. Everything I enjoy being destroyed before my eyes.
Yeah, that's definitely annoying. But hey, you know what? Like I said, the ending was touching. I know Doc Ock is gonna, Doc is gonna fucking kill me for saying that, unless he likes it. Like, like, yeah, Kevin Smith doesn't exactly respect his characters, which, how do you disrespect your characters? I guess you write them terribly.
Yep.
Uh, I mean, I guess I could go. I guess I could go the pretentious route and say, and say that the characters you create are like your children. So,
Yeah.
by
Yeah, so Mexican guy says my review is wanting old stuff and mad that things are changed. No, not really. I just expected that the movie would follow a similar motif than to the old ones, as opposed to turning into a very sterile hunk of trash. And no, I complained about a lot more than that. Like another complaint I had was for some reason Randall was just a blind fan of fucking Star Wars all of a sudden. Like it was just weird. Like he was liking first off, it was weird they didn't mention a single one of the new Star Wars movies, but they mentioned The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian fucking sucks, and apparently he was just a blind fan of The Mandalorian. He's super critical about everything but Star Wars.
yeah, well, I mean, why didn't he talk about why didn't they talk about the contractors from from the Death Star from the first movie? It's like that makes sense. When I heard it, I was like, yeah, what about the fucking contractors? Like Luke basically killed a lot of people.
Yep.
God damn.
There's a lot of jokes that could have been written that they didn't go with. They didn't do anything really that big. It was kind of just it was dumb. Like the heart attack thing worked the first time, and then whenever Dante got the heart attack, it felt really kind of stupid. It's like, well, what are the odds of that? Like, it just seems highly unlikely that were they eating the same exact food?
Well, and you're literally killing the heart and soul of this franchise.
Dante is the heart and soul of it. Randall's just the ass. I don't know, but Dante.
Randall is just the snarky observer, and things fail to be funny when you kill the heart and soul of something. I mean, that's the reason why I don't completely shit on Clerks 2, because of the fact that it was following Dante's storyline, still looking for love, following from Clerks 1. You get the famous Silent Bob. There's not very many women who would bring lasagna to you. Most of the time, they just cheat on you.
Right.
And that was my feeling. I'm like, okay, he's getting older. He's believing in love. He thinks, being with I don't know what the name of Kevin Smith's wife's character was in Clerks 2, and I don't care. But it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, he's looking for love. He thinks he found it. Then he finds it with his coworker. Hey, Toya.
Speaking of coworkers, I don't know.
That's
how you doing?
But that's the thing. I mean, hey, SMG, how's it going?
Oh, okay. I just came in real quick. I have some time. I disagree, dude. Randall was always a huge part of it. It wasn't just Dante. Without Randall as a counterbalance, that movie wouldn't have been what it was. It was more of a dynamic of their friendship was the whole crux of Clerks.
I mean,
that's always been the thing.
But SMG, who was the heart?
It does. They were both in it like equal parts. It wasn't just Dante bitching. Even in Clerks 1, Randall would always come in with the reality to break Dante out of his stupid delusions that life owed him something. Every time something bad happened to Dante, it's because he was lying to himself, and Randall would slap it back into reality.
I won't disagree that Randall was Dante's reality check, except for
it really was. No, it was
3.
though. It was because in Clerks 1. He was lying to himself about having a life with his ex-girlfriend that fucked the dead guy in the fucking bathroom. And he had to tell him, well, you got this girl that's crazy about you and you're too fucking retarded. Then it was basically the same thing in Clerks 2 where he was fucking lying to himself about a life he thought he had to have. And then Randall was just like, no, you got this bitch who loves you, and you're only conforming to something you think is the way it's supposed to be. Randall always came in with the reality checks. That's how it always worked out.
Yeah, but
Well, that's how it
still,
always worked out. But at the same time, you also have to realize the fact that Clerks 2 is used as an expansion upon the original universe that Kevin Smith made. On top of that, they used Rosario Dawson as a way to help ebb and flow all the story that you had, where it's like, oh well, the stop and go shut down, all this stuff happened. They had to go to a secondary period of their life.
Yeah,
It was more of a realization of, oh well, I gotta figure out where I go past this like story of like this whole point in my life where it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna work at this fucking gas station for so long. But no, they grow as characters, the universe expands. That's part of the reason why they went to the go-kart track in Clerks 2 is like, oh, they do have this good understanding of each other as people, and they are good friends, but they also understand each other where it's like, yeah, if you're gonna be an asshole about all this, I'm gonna tell you when you're being an asshole.
Oh yeah, that's
Right.
what homies do, and it's just like a weird.
Well-
it's a good friendship dynamic that a lot of dudes have.
well,
And I don't know, like I
SMG.
think that well, hold on, let me finish.
Uh,
And also,
hey.
I think that you guys went in with expectations way too high. Like Smith sold out a long fucking time ago. He's been going downhill since fucking
Oh.
Jersey Girl.
Oh, well, not
dude,
just since Jersey Girl.
dude,
yeah,
yeah,
Jersey
by the
Girl
way-
and Red State.
By the way, hold on for a second. Hey, welcome, Tanuki.
Hey, sorry, it's
Oh
just
shit,
like,
Tanuki!
what-
You're
yeah, I
you
specifically
beautiful
know a
footage, man.
lot. Hey, man, yeah, what's up?
I
But
miss
yeah,
your
no,
nose.
I know a lot about this movie. I spent a lot of time like studying about it, and like I've listened to like the DVD commentary. I've looked through like, oh, Clerks the animated series and all that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just-
I've gone a few times to the evenings with Kevin Smith. Those are fun. Like the dude's not the same Kevin Smith that everybody fell in love with, and it's just like it's kind of fucked up that everybody holds him to this old standard.
Ever since he lost weight, there has been a problem.
Well,
yeah, all the fun- all the fun he was
the
in
heart
his
attack. The
I went in-
heart attack too.
I went into the movie expecting it to be funny.
Yeah,
That was it. Like that was the extent of my
I
expectation.
didn't know you had a heart
Oh,
attack.
I'm so sorry. You thought that like anything Kevin Smith makes any more was gonna be funny ever since.
Yeah,
like,
it's really not, and it's like Kevin Smith's like the main thing now. It's like he's like I say, I think his daughter influenced him in a really bad way, and it's like he's trying to right the wrongs of all the stupid shit he did back in the day. Like, I mean, he's got some sort of guilt about it.
Okay, is his daughter a feminist?
Yeah.
I need to ask
his
that.
daughter's like a vegan or some shit. I don't know.
She
She
is-
looks like a fucking,
yes, she is a vegan feminist.
yeah.
Okay, wow. Why
Yeah,
the fuck
no.
did I think that I wait?
Hey,
Wow,
hey,
that's
Ghost Dog in the chat. By the way, now that you guys are on here, I'm shilling. I need to make some money so I can actually have a place to stay when I go down to 3/4 and Harley's wedding in 4 days.
yeah. Well, I'm broke.
So those watching,
I don't.
please feel
I don't
free
have
to
any
throw
way to
shekels.
donate because I don't have anything linked to my phone, and I shut down my PayPal. So you're kind of asked them down that one.
to be fair, PayPal is a fucking like goddamn fucking money grab at this point.
Oh, I just fucking left. I just shut it all down. No more PayPal. None of that shit.
Good for you. I'm proud of
I'm
you.
kind of moving a lot of my money into Mexican banks because I plan on leaving the country in a few years. So I'm getting my Mexican nest egg ready so I could go down and live in my house down there because I hate the United States.
Yeah,
Oh, it just sounds
yeah,
like all
only-
my Puerto Rican friends.
yeah. Only thing I have is PayPal, and I do also have Cash App, but you'd actually have to get a hold of me, BTS, to get my Cash App shit.
Oh, and also, by the way, I wasn't complaining that Randall was a Star Wars fan. I was complaining that the only reference he made to Star Wars was Mandalorian, and he didn't
Well-
mention anything else. And I
Oh,
was
Maybe,
just like,
maybe he's doing that thing that a lot of Star Wars fans do, where they don't acknowledge the new trilogy and they only talk about Mandalorian because that's the last good thing they like.
No, dude, because Kevin Smith's nose is so far up Disney's ass that he did not want to offend them.
No,
I mean,
I'm
I'm
at the
sure
point
that's
now.
something too.
I'm serious at the point now where Disney sucks a lot. A lot of like all new media sucks. And
Yes.
I'm viewing, and this is something actually. Before I even came on here, the only reason I came on here was specifically because of Clerks 2, because Clerks 2 is very well written.
It is.
There's a lot of good in it that a lot of people don't understand. Because when you could have done a sequel to Clerks, you could have just like gone with the same jokes, same premises. But no, it expanded on a separate part of like, say, the gilded person, the gilded standard worker's life. That's something a lot of people like can understand and work with. This is like, okay, what if that person had to learn how to move on with their life, get to that next step, and that's what that story is.
Well, and Tanuki, when Clerks 3 hit, I'm like, okay, it's going to wrap it up because they're in their late 40s, early 50s, and how are they coping with life now? And Kevin Smith literally wrote a movie to where no time passed between 2 and 3. He did not take into account time relevance.
Oh no, okay. The thing is that I have not watched Clerks 3. I have no desire to.
Oh, yeah.
But I view that like Clerks 2 is such a good sequel to the first one that it's like I had to bring in my viewpoint because I've watched it hundreds of thousands of times.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody disagrees that Clerks 2 is a good movie.
Yeah,
but Clerks 3
I
completely ruined it.
I mean, I thought it was I thought it was kind of a lesser movie, but still the whole Dante thing always had me enthralled because he was a normal guy. He wasn't a character written for a movie.
No, it was Joe Schmo.
A normal guy.
Well, you see, the thing that made Clerks 2 like really great for me, what I really loved about it was like it begins and ends at the same location, like almost like poetry, except it ends with an almost like more positive like realization of where they're at.
Dude, I just really wanted to see Dante as a dad and him protecting his kid from
Randall.
Yes. not like sexually, but it's like, fuck, I got to teach this kid.
Oh yeah,
Randall's
they ruined
not
Randall
teach him
too.
Anything. Oh,
dude,
by
like
the way,
apparently.
By the way,
okay.
Pause for just a second. Ghost Dog,
Okay.
I am seeking to try to get $250 because the hotel is like $222 for 3 days. I have to stay that long, and like an additional $30 to like eat when I'm there. So that's what I'm looking for, like $250 and 3/4. You should get your ass in here. It's not like you're doing anything. Okay, guys, go ahead.
But no, what I'm really trying to bring back is like, because I've not seen Clerks 3. What I am still viewing it from the standpoint of Clerks 2, which Clerks 2, yeah, it starts at the quick stop. It comes back around, and it's an entire journey from leaving the quick stop, going away. And it's I don't want to say hero's journey.
Yeah, I get.
it's
Yeah, I know
something like
exactly
that.
what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
like
I mean-
that.
No, it is very Campbell. It is very much like a hero's journey because the average guy, what does he need for success? And he gets it at the end of this movie.
And
Yeah.
that's what makes it so beautiful. And that's the thing is, like, I don't think there ever was any necessity to have a Clerks 3.
Exact. I said that early in
I-
the stream.
I-
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wasn't listening. I was busy. Okay. It's not a bad habit, but what I do is I go in and I look in and I try to find all the independent films across the world. Try to look into like new stuff because I get so sick and tired of modern media.
Did
It's
you
so
watch?
disgusting.
Did you watch RRR?
I know I plan to. I want to so bad.
That movie,
But
that movie is fucking.
Well,
wild.
do you mind if I give you a few Clerks 3 spoilers that'll just instantly ruin it?
Oh, you're not gonna ruin it because I already am disappointed in Kevin Smith due to the fact that
Well,
he's a bitch now.
So well, okay.
Look,
so
look,
here's
look,
here.
look. I was disappointed in him ever since Tusk, and then Yoga Posers.
I
made me
liked
worse.
Tusk.
Well,
actually.
I am
would.
sorry that you're wrong.
I thought no. No. Okay, when I say I liked Tusk, it's not because I think it's a good movie. I think it's a good movie in the same way that Flash Gordon is a good movie. It's like
How
so.
dare you?
I-
How
I- it's
dare
such a-
you?
It's
Flash
such
Gordon
a.
was retarded from beginning to end. That's what made it fun.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I like Tusk, is because it's stupid, and that's why I liked it. But no, here's what they did with Clerks 3. Okay, they killed off the love interest. Like basically right after Clerks 2 ends, she's dead, and she was pregnant and died pregnant. And then apparently turned what's his face, her boyfriend or whatever, into a cuck. Okay, I keep forgetting the names of these characters. So he
Dante.
became a cuck. He was
So,
cucked by
the
by
way
a
I-
ghost,
the
and
way I
Randall has a
understand-
micro penis.
The way I understand all this is that Rosario Dawson's character dies flat out because they can't afford her at this point because of Daredevil.
Well, no. Everybody was doing the movie for scale. Even the magic of Ben Affleck. But she was already shooting another movie at the time, so she couldn't give a lot of time for it. And to be honest with you, since it's been in the making for like a decade, I think she just didn't want to do it. But she did it. She came back. She got scale. She was on screen for, what, at the most 10 minutes?
Yeah, she had like 3 scenes in the whole movie.
Then this is a garbage argument, and then if you have to wait a decade, because I mean, Clerks 1 compared to Clerks 2. Okay, I'm gonna look this shit up.
Well, the reason why, this is Kevin Smith's logic, because I heard it come from his own lips, was that there was one person who was still holding out, and then at the Jay and Silent Bob reboot Q&A, he said, well, that one person who was holding out, he's not holding out anymore. He has agreed,
Boo-hoo.
which was Jeff Randall, it was Jeff Anderson who played Randall, and he basically didn't want to come back because Kevin Smith had screwed him over many times, especially on fucking
Yeah,
Royal
Kevin
Pain.
Smith's a douchebag.
Oh shit! I hit the bathroom again. Go guys, you talk.
Oh, okay, yeah. So from Clerks 1 to Clerks 2 was 12 fucking years. He could have dealt with that shit, honestly. There's no reason as to why Kevin Smith had to be like, oh, well, we have to do all this and have to wait for these people and take our time and understand what's going on with things. No, and the thing is, Kevin Smith has already built his career at this point. Like, if you say Jane Silent Bob sequel, everybody's going to jump at that because he has an entire fan base. The only reason why he's like, oh, that one person who's holding out for all of this, it's all just due to the fact that he can't accept the fact that at this point, he's a has-been. No one really fucking cares about Kevin Smith anymore. Like the whole reason why his movie Red State had a whole big complex focus around it was due to the fact that, oh well, Kevin Smith's gonna sell this movie for cents on the dollar. And then when he did it, he sold it to himself for 1 cent and then closed the auction before it even started. He already prescribes to that idea of, oh, I'm going to mass produce dramas to get more stimulus to what my independent property so more people watch it. So whether it gets good or bad, it does not matter. It only matters if it gets him more publicity. It's been that way for quite some time.
Okay, I ran off for a second.
Oh, well, I just went on a little bit of a tirade against Kevin Smith because he pisses me off.
Well, the movie was sterile. That was my main issue.
Well, I went on to the whole thing of about how Kevin Smith, he literally is just the only way Kevin Smith films get a lot of attention is due to the fact that he makes controversy to get there to be publicity.
There was basically none to be had in this one.
Oh, but he figured out a way. Well, it's the same as like Red State, where he's like, "Oh well, in this movie, I'm gonna like have an auction for all like the rights to this movie," and then he goes, "Oh, I'm going to auction off the rights to myself, and the auction ends now, and I sold it to myself for nothing." And it caused this whole fubbub, and it was just fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's
And he
not
does-
even funny.
It's not even funny. It's fucking stupid, and it doesn't even like. It makes everybody like, okay, well then you've completely. He's lost credibility. Kevin Smith as a whole has lost credibility. It's why people don't want to watch the He-Man cartoon that he made. It's why people don't want to watch his movies now. There's no integrity to what he does.
Well, I watched Jay and Silent Bob do a reboot, and it was an absolutely horrible fucking movie.
So what did Kevin do to screw over the Kirk's class? You were not wrong. It is a bad troll. You'd be correct. Gil, I am always concerned about pronouncing people's names right in chat. But seriously, yeah, Kevin Smith has become just a shitty troll in all of this. All it is a cash grab. He's just looking for his next paycheck. That's the same with Clerks 3. That's how it's always going to be now. He's drank the Kool-Aid, and he's never going to look back.
Well, Clerks 3 totally flopped, so
Glorious.
it was a $7 million budget, and it made back 3.5.
Good. Not as bad as the Catwoman movie, but I'll be satisfied with that.
Wait, which one?
But the Catwoman movie,
Because
the Halle
Catwoman,
Berry one.
because Catwoman literally had nothing to do with DC Comics.
No, I'm saying the flop of $100 million budget with Catwoman with Halle Berry flopped amazingly with their director, who should have been the one who was doing visual photography, but did everything in like 7 different wide-angle lens shots because he couldn't accept the fact it's like, oh, you gotta get rid of footage.
Well, but he's a French guy, so
He is a French guy, so he couldn't
Fr-
get rid of footage.
You know, French guys know how to do movies, apparently.
Yeah, but Catwoman was one of the biggest flops of all times due to the fact that it was okay.
Well,
it was
well,
$100 million in 2004.
Well,
I still
technically-
haven't seen it.
Technically, if you want to get into it, there was a movie made back in either late 70s, early 80s called Gates of Heaven. And they filmed the shit out of that. That was a very, very long movie. It was basically about settlers, going across the Great Plains and then finding some place to settle down, and then there's intrigue and racism and rape, and you would think with all those elements that it would be a good movie, but it still wasn't, because it did have Chris Christopherson in it, and not an Academy Award winning actor.
Well, to be fair, Catwoman had $100 million. They wasted the majority of their money on like visual landscaping in the background.
I think honestly they were thinking like, well, Joel Schumacher did it, and he did it for a non-exorbitant budget for 2 Batman movies. So let's let this French guy
You,
do
you,
his
you also have to realize this was the exact same time period as Daredevil.
thing. You mean the actual
Good times.
You mean the actual
Yes.
Ben Affleck Daredevil?
Yes.
Okay, dude. The director's cut is not that bad,
Yes, I agree. Actually, I was gonna say that.
except for
Well, the
little
thing
bit
is
too much
like,
Coolio.
For $100 million, they did 3D cityscapes where they zoomed out, did a 3D cityscape, brought it back in, came back around. They did so much poor editing and construction on that film. In fucking, oh my god, it was literally a boat with a hole in the middle of it.
Dude, that's because there wasn't much there. Any way it went. So yeah, they stretched it out. Because
No,
I mean, come on, it took what? The fight scene was like all of 3 minutes between her and Sharon Stone.
no, they could have actually improved all those scenes. They could have worked on visual effects. They could have budgeted a bit more. They could have gone back around. They use so much 3D.
They could have got an actual actor.
Hey, Halle Berry's a good actor. It's just that.
Hey, she looks good naked. Unless
No.
Yes, Swordfish
she
is an
does.
excellent movie.
No, I'm talking about Monsters Ball.
Oh, that's a good one,
Although
too.
she did fuck Billy Bob Thornton, so
Shit.
Yeah.
I thought that the Catwoman in The Batman was a better Catwoman than Halle Berry. So I don't know. I can't stand Halle Berry.
dude, Julie Newmar was better than them all. She
Isn't
was
that the
all-
one
she
off
was-
the Adam West one?
Yeah, TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean-
I think Adam West Batman is the best Batman.
Dude, I would bang any one of the Catwomen that was on the Batman 66 show.
Based.
Even Merryweather. The third and unsung Catwoman. I mean, Eartha
But
Kitt
yeah,
was
when
Eartha Kitt was awesome, too.
Catwoman's powers are given to her by a cat burping in her face, it's weird.
Better than farting.
No, it's based. Okay.
Anyways, I gotta jump. Y'all have a wonderful evening.
Hey, Tanuki, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, no problems. I'm always happy to discuss movies and argue at length about them.
No, it's because movies are awesome. They're our modern day archetypes.
They're
being
Well,
relived.
they're what one would call the modern mythos.
Yeah.
Actually, Gil says Daredevil. Haven't seen a remake. Actually, the Daredevil
Oh,
show,
yeah,
the
the
Netflix
Daredevil
show was badass. Actually,
Yeah, the Daredevil show is actually a remake of the 2004.
I was gonna say, don't watch the one that's upcoming.
No, you don't want
I'm
to watch
s-
the one that's based off of the She-Hulk show, which
Yeah.
I have not watched. I have no desire to watch, and it makes me sad on the inside.
you did because the guy they had playing Daredevil was perfect. The Daredevil Netflix show was like almost perfect, and then I'm sitting here like, no, they're bringing it back. It is going to be on Disney. It's going to ruin it. Disney is like the EA of the film world. It just everything they touch turns to fucking sterile bullshit.
To clarify, when I say jump, I mean I gotta bounce. I gotta leave. I gotta go. Like jump means I'm leaving and saying goodbye.
Oh, you're not doing jumping jacks? I'm disappointed.
No, because then all like my muscular aptitude bounces around for everybody to see, and
Wow.
that's just too scarring for folks.
Well, Tanuki, you know, as David Lee Roth said, you might as well jump.
Well, y'all have a wonderful evening.
Hey, thanks for stopping by, Tanuki, and thank you,
Might as
Ghost
well
Dog.
jump.
By the way, thank you, Ghost Dog, for dropping 20 on me. I appreciate that. Money for the room, it's a start. It certainly is. I appreciate it. I I even put out a call to all my local collector friends that anything that's in my display cabinets is up for grabs. If you pay the price, then you can have it. And also, I put my I actually have a ring worn DDP vest autographed by him too, and I'm putting that up for 500. So
DDP.
oh yeah.
Man, that was like one of the guys I loved as a kid.
By the way, did you see Black Adam yet?
No, actually, the other day when you mentioned Black Adam, I was thinking about something completely different.
A porno?
But no, it sounds like a porno, but no, it was that. God, see, now I can't remember that. I'm so tired, I can't remember shit. Like, who's the guy that played Deadpool?
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. I was thinking about the Ryan Reynolds movie where he was with that kid and space and time or whatever.
No fucking clue.
Hold on.
But the reason why I mentioned Black Adam is because
Yeah, I was thinking about the Adam Project. That's what I was thinking of.
I haven't watched it. I had no desire.
It is a good mediocre movie.
But here's the thing: to symbolize their hero, their savior, or whatever, back in the ancient times and then into the modern day, they raise their hands above their heads and they make the diamond cutter symbol.
Yes.
And
Nice.
I just laughed my ass off. I'm like, are they expecting DDP? I mean, fuck, he's in his 70s now. Come on now.
I was a huge fan when I was a kid, though, of him and a few others.
You know, honestly, I mean, they couldn't figure out how to. I mean, they make Black Adam an anti-hero, but he's a bad guy. He's a flat out bad guy. But they're trying to make him kind of like Doctor Doom, where this land is mine, and you step in it and I'll fuck with you, kind of shit. But the best character in it was fucking Dr. Fate. Pierce Brosnan did a hell of a job as Dr. Fate.
Nice. I didn't know Pierce was in it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, then I might actually bother watching it now.
I mean, The Rock is The Rock, right? So
Yeah. I mean, I expect him to be basically the same character in every movie. So, although I didn't think you know what I hate to say it, but I didn't think Red Notice was that bad of a movie. It was all right.
Well, he was definitely different in Southland Tales.
Yeah, it felt like National Treasure in a way. And I don't know, it was all right.
I was honestly just I was really not that impressed with the movie because just like Marvel, they have those archetype characters like the fat guy sidekick who comes in to do to help at a critical moment. The young idealistic kid.
I know what you're.
The Mary Sue. They're all there. They're all there.
Have you seen Nope? Because that's what that's like.
I unfortunately can say, yep, I've seen Nope.
It is a horrible movie. Am I right?
It's like, oh my god, it's an alien saucer. No, it's actually an alien. Yeah, so fucking what?
Yeah, dude, I got Garth angry at me over that movie because I said it was the worst movie I have ever seen.
Well, I mean, it's not the worst movie ever made by a black man.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's the worst movie ever made by anyone, ever. I'm standing by that. It's actually the worst movie I have ever seen in my life.
It's not worse than The Happening.
I haven't even seen The Happening, so that's fair.
It's an M. Night Shyamalan movie with Marky Mark as the star.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I'm not a big M. Night fan. Signs was his last hurrah to me. I unironically, or not unironically, I love Mel Gibson, So whenever I can watch Signs all day long and not even care while everybody else gets mad. I think it's a good movie in the worst way. It's a bad movie, but I like the movie
Dude,
because Mel Gibson sells the movie.
Dude, do you know who the enemy is in The Happening?
I've never seen it.
Are you ready? Because I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
It's grass.
Oh, that movie.
Yes.
I remember the advertisements. Okay, that's why I didn't watch it. Okay.
Yeah, it was Marky Mark usually is in some bad shit. Lackluster like his performance in Transformers, but
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
by the way, hey, Psychophia, and welcome to the past, John Teeter.
But Psycho says he hated Nope. I did too. I didn't watch it in the theater. I was excited to watch the movie. I wasn't able to go to the theater, but I waited until it hit Amazon. Like, I'm serious. Like, I was actually hyped for Nope. Okay, like unironically, I'm like sitting here
Really?
like, man, I haven't seen an alien movie in so long. So I was expecting like this shitty B alien movie horror flick thing. I go in and I pay for it immediately, and then I hated every agonizing except for the okay, I could watch more of the of a chimpanzee killing random people.
Oh,
like that
fuck
would have been a
yeah.
great movie.
That's
Like
the
that would have
movie-
been great.
That's the movie I wanted to watch.
I know, right? And then the rest of the movie was just stupid. I was like half brain dead throughout the whole movie because I felt like my brain cells were being removed from my skull. And the other thing I hated about the movie is just all the fucking goddamn like you pointed out earlier, archetypal characters. It was just everybody was and also like I don't know. The main it's just I hated the movie. It was one of those movies where everything was for nothing at the end, which was also kind of annoying. Like it was all just a waste of time.
John, actually, it was not just the trees. It was all plant life. It
Yeah.
was all plant life that made people die or to commit suicide. And you know what? When the wind starts blowing and everybody's freaking out, it's like, yeah, this movie really does suck. It's horrible. This
Yeah,
should've-
all you have to do is
this-
stay inside.
Yeah, this is a drinking game. That's all this is.
You know, like what's really funny, I don't know if you heard this. The left is having a psychotic fit right now, apparently.
Still?
NASA reported that the ozone layer hole
Yeah.
is shrinking, and by 10 years it'll be completely closed.
Yeah, I mean, once they banned chlorofluorocarbons in the 70s, they actually and the psychotic naturalists were they could prove that in the 80s that the hole was closing, that it was shrinking and getting smaller, and they literally said, "No, you're crackpots. You don't know what you're talking about." And these guys have been like atmospheric scientists for all their fucking lives. So, you know.
Well, here's the thing, they have to follow the science. Right?
Well, yeah, but
You know? Yeah, I mean,
but
that's
you
what I was
saw-
told.
But you saw an inconvenient truth.
right. God, I remember that came out. It was amazing. I thought it was a joke. Actually.
dude, I was high and I laughed all the way through it.
like I wasn't high, but I definitely thought it was a mockumentary. I actually didn't think it was serious. And then what's his face that did Fahrenheit 9/11 took it a little seriously, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Michael Moore faked a lot of shit in his movies.
Yes. Like my favorite one is the healthcare one. Where that got hardcore like destroyed by an investigative journalist, and that was pretty amazing. It turned out that whenever he was trying to preach for Cuba's healthcare, he was only going to the rich people hospitals
Yeah.
and not going to anybody else's. And then whenever they showed like what everybody else's looked like, it was like, oh, what a sack of shit.
Well, and and Bowling for Combine. That opening where he goes to the bank and they give him a gun for opening a bank account. His producers literally called this bank and said, "Listen, we're gonna set up a bank account with you. It still gets a free gun." And they're like, "Yeah, we'll give you all the paperwork to send in for it, and then they will mail the gun to you." They're like, "No, when we open the account, we want the gun to be there so we can take possession of it." And the bank's like, "Well, okay, seems like good advertising." They didn't know who the fuck that they were dealing with. That was the only time that they've ever done it. They never had guns on premises. It was just because Michael Moore wanted it there so he could do the type of propaganda that he does.
I wish my banks did that.
Well, he had to hunt around to find a bank that was offering, but he found it. And unfortunately, those people weren't fucking thinking ahead, saying, "This is really suspicious that he wants to pick up his gun when he opens up the account. This is idiotic." And they treated it like it was an everyday thing. The way they cut it, the way they did the editing on it. That was not the deal.
Yeah, but the guy is still worshipped hard, which is so fucking weird to me.
Dude, he's a people in Michigan hate his ass, especially, he's from Flint. The people in Flint are just like, "We don't even want to see you around here."
Yeah, they barely have any water.
Well, I mean, he was sitting there bitching about all this stuff. And it's like, wait a minute, you're a Hollywood star. You could make a movie about the Flint water.
Yeah.
But then he'd have to go into the fact that it was a lot of politicking that caused the water to get bad. And a lot of those politicians who were involved were Democrats.
Yeah.
So that's why he just completely blew it off.
Yeah, even if it was bipartisan, that would still look bad. So, yeah.
Because it all came down to what the local and county officials were doing. And they were doing everything wrong. But, hey, they were still making their money, so who gives a fuck? They can, they can afford to buy bottled water. Assholes.
Yeah, I mean, like, the whole thing, I just never understood why anybody took that guy seriously.
Because he's chubby. He's chubby and lovable. Don't you just want to pinch those cheeks?
I just want to punch him in the neck.
He's yeah. I mean, him sitting there ranting and raving about how bad the world is, and it's like, you're becoming that. Do you remember the movie Blade, where they had the big fat vampire who couldn't move?
Yeah,
that's what he's becoming.
Yeah,
I mean, and the way he blew Charlton Heston shit. And Charlton Heston was old at the time. I mean, they even said that he had the slight touch of the Alzheimer's. And he just lit into it. It's like, this guy just invited you into his home for a basic interview. And you're stomping on his balls.
And I haven't seen that. But yeah, I was a huge, I guess still am a huge Charlton Heston fan. So,
well, I mean, that's what he won the Oscar for, Bowling for Columbine. Have a good night, Gil. Yeah, I am severely and completely disappointed with I'm to some extent now the right's fighting back. They did some interview on CNN where they brought in people who were registered Republicans. And they were like, well, what about the reporter was like, well, what about the violence on January 6th? And one of the ladies was like, you know what? I was there for Donald Trump's speech. When they said that the violence was, when they said that we all ran over and started causing violence at the Capitol. No, when the protesters were let in, we were still there listening to Donald Trump finishing up his speech. And he
Wow.
told us go ahead and protest, make it a nice peaceful protest. And the only people, they've got pictures of this, of people in the crowds trying to incite violence.
Oh, I saw.
And there are people who started to spray paint and throw shit. And the people who were there grabbed those people and put them to the ground. And they're like, no, this isn't the way that we're going to protest. And they always talk about how a cop died there. No cop died there. There was a cop who had a heart attack and was taken away and died days later.
Yeah.
Hey, Harley. I'm going to say chicken butt. Because anytime somebody says, guess what? The only person that died at the quote unquote riots was an ex-military female person who was trying to crawl through the broken glass. And she was literally the easiest target in the world. And they shot her in the head, shot her dead.
Yep. I mean, the thing is, to be fair, they told her not to. Like, look, okay, so here's the thing. And this is an unpopular take. I think the Jan 6 riots or Jan 6 incident was stupid. Okay? Like, I thought that whole thing was fucking retarded, and I don't think it should have happened. I think it was an optics disaster. Clearly. And the thing is that at the same time, though, aside from that, where I start to have an issue is how everybody just pretended like all the George Floyd riots never happened. And that's where I got fucking pissed off. I actually had a big heated argument with a friend of mine over it, who even tried calling me, tried implying I was racist over it. I'm like, look, like you could say that optically, it seems like the that Capitol riot was worse in some weird way, but at the same time, whose life did that really affect? Like really. Whereas entire small businesses were destroyed or burned to the fucking ground. All right. Entire families lost tons of income over the George Floyd riots, and not just white people, black people too. Like, and so like I'm sitting here thinking about it, like real world consequences. Jan 6 had so far basically zero, except for the people that were there. Whereas in the George Floyd riots, even the people that burned down buildings didn't even go to jail except maybe overnight.
No,
all right,
dude,
some of them.
Have you watched Candace Owens' The Greatest Lie Ever Sold?
Candace Owens, no.
It goes into the actual George Floyd incident, and like when Black Lives Matter, they got what was it? They got like $80 million. And
yes.
Do you know where they invested that money besides buying themselves lavish homes for themselves and their family?
The Democrat Party. Yeah, I've heard this. Oh
no, it went into places like the Transgender Alliance.
Oh,
I mean,
look, I don't like Candace Owens. Okay?
No, neither do I, because of the bullshit that she pulled initially about trying to set up that website about
the doxing site.
Yeah,
thank you. Like, nobody fucking remembers this. I feel like the only one. Like, sometimes, like everybody else just pretends that never fucking happened because she just said, "Oh, well, I turned a new leaf," and just forget about it. Like, you don't turn a new leaf that quick. You're a fucking grifter.
She's also, she's an attack dog for money. And,
yes.
And it's like, oh, wow, she's young, she's black, she's a female. Oh, we need her over here.
Yeah, like whenever push came to shove, like when she went on that Joe Rogan interview, she got destroyed on the Joe Rogan podcast, like hard.
Yeah, and he was even high, so...
Yeah, and it wasn't even really a debate. He was just asking her a question, and she couldn't answer the questions, and it was just... I was sitting there thinking, like, this is embarrassing. Like, because she doesn't actually know her shit. She's just full of shit. She isn't, like, she's a talking head.
But here's the good thing. They had very good They had very good journalists behind her to do the greatest lie ever sold.
Yeah.
And it goes step by step. It even breaks down, literally George Floyd, when they pulled him out of his drug dealer friend's vehicle, he was trying to get rid of evidence. He had fucking fentanyl pills that he was trying to chew up and swallow. So he literally overdosed himself. As a matter of fact, when they got him into the police car, he spit out some of the pills.
I saw it. Yeah. Dude, I've seen the footage over and over and over again. Like, and I've said this for a while, and people get, I get in a lot of arguments with it or with people over it. And it's like, look, okay, did them holding him down like that have an effect? I mean, probably
Not.
but it wouldn't have killed you if you were sober. I like, seriously, I did a video on this where I tested it. I thought that Crowder's bullshit was stupid. How he did it was boring and dumb. He didn't actually sit there and let them hold him down for any length of time. I did a video with a friend of mine who's he's in jiu-jitsu. He's like I think a purple belt or a blue belt or something like that. I don't remember how their color scheme is. He's basically almost black. And anyway, I laid down in a driveway, and it was kind of an angled driveway, where basically.
By the way,
Huh?
just real quick. Yes, I know. Congratulations, Harley.
But I was in a kind of a weird angled driveway, so where my upper body was above my lower body, and had him, or maybe it was the other way around, I can't remember, and had him put me in the same hold. And I wasn't drunk, I didn't do any drugs, and the only bad thing that happened was after I was laying there for, I think it was like almost, it was like 7 or 8 minutes. Which he wasn't even down that long, by the way. Everybody says 8 and whatever. He was dead after the 6-minute mark. So he was already dead. So I don't know why people act like he didn't even.
He was overdosed.
Yeah, but me, I survived over 8 minutes. In that position, in a much harsher environment with a shitty fucking paved driveway, with my fucking, I had like rocks embedded in my temple while I was laying there, like little tiny pebbles. And in the end, the whole point was to see like what exactly it did. And you know what it did? Like, so it did reduce roughly about half my breathing. Right, so I was taking shallow breaths the whole time I was laying there. More than that, I had like a mild bit of anxiety because I'm already claustrophobic anyway. So like I felt like I was having, like, after the 7 or 8 minute mark, I started feeling claustrophobic and had some. But if I had been high, like, I could just imagine this. If I was just stoned off weed, okay, just nothing else, just weed, I probably would have panicked sooner. But man, like, I can't even imagine being like stoned off of fentanyl or meth and being held in that position, like, because your heart's already racing. He went through all of that shit beforehand, like all that they were roughhousing, I guess you would say, all before that and stuff. I mean, he was fucked. Like, I mean, like, no, like, people pretending like the dope had absolutely nothing to do with it is insane to me.
Yeah.
Because he'd been completely sober and he was put in that same position, he would have been fine. And I don't think that position actually killed him. I think he would have died inevitably anyway. It's just that worst case scenario, that position may have accelerated it tops by making him panic. And that's about as far as you can get. And he was already panicking before even being put in that hold to begin with.
Well,
so he was already in panic mode.
Dude, they showed footage of him from his previous arrest, and he acted the exact same goddamn way.
Yep.
So this guy, he had over 10 times the amount that it would take to kill somebody.
It doesn't take much to die from fentanyl either. So,
Dude, 3 micrograms, which would fit on the head of a pencil eraser very easily. 3 micrograms will send you into fucking orbit. And he had 10 times that amount in his system. I think, honestly, and here's my speculation. When the cops,
and meth.
when the cops came up, he saw it and automatically he was like, "Oh, I'm going to eat the evidence."
Like an idiot. Yep.
Yeah, he never got invited into Mensa. He never won any scholarly prizes. So
There was one thing that officer did actually do incorrectly that doesn't get discussed. And that is that he did actually break protocol. So if you watch the video, the guy says, his buddy says, "Do we roll him?" Right? And according to the protocol of that station that they come from, after, and I can't remember what the actual time period, or actually it wasn't even a time period, is once they actually relax, you're supposed to roll them on their side.
yeah,
And they did not do that. And in fact, he made it a point not to do that.
dude, he technically didn't relax until he went unconscious.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like that, but that was kind of the point, is that, like, you know, like the moment he relaxed, he was asked, "Should we roll him?" And he said no. That right there, he did breach protocol, because like that other officer was actually 100% correct. And he still sat on the guy for like another 2 or 3 minutes after that. I'm like, dude, okay. You know, but here's the thing, right? And this is the best part. Is that incident of breaking protocol murder? Well, no. That wouldn't be murder. Only thing you could get him with there is negligence. Or negligent, or basically maybe like worst case scenario manslaughter, right? And they went and got maximum, and that was mind blowing to me. I was just like,
they're gonna overturn it. They will overturn it, but still, he's in fucking Punk City,
and also like
get him out.
Yeah, and also like I'm gonna be honest too, like the defense attorney that he had did like a damn good job. Like he was by himself. He was like I watched like almost the whole thing and was completely blown away that just all of the defense attorney's arguments were just either ignored or dismissed. It was just like, what? Like I couldn't believe it.
Oh,
it's
dude.
like but here was the big problem actually. You know why this happened? Here's a hot take. Because I watched it from the start. It was a setup. First off, the jury, half of them actually admitted that they were biased in the first place, you know, and then they fucking kept people that even admitted they were biased. They allowed people from that area, and they wouldn't sequester the jury.
Yeah. Well,
Like, and which was just insane. Like, why wouldn't you just, I would have moved it to another theater. I would not have fucking like done it there, or would have got juries or from somewhere else or something, like anything. Like that was fucking stupid. It was like he was going out of his way to ensure that Chauvin would be fucked.
Well, to quote the philosopher Ice Cube, when something happens in South Central Los Angeles, nothing happens. It's just another nigga dead.
Yeah.
I'm trying to type. I don't know what's going on. I hear the cats doing shit behind me, but what are you doing? Oh, jeez.
Kill cats.
Well, I got air raiders, air filters, because they're saying that you can smell my cigarette smoke next door, and I can't figure out how that works because we don't share the same ductwork.
Well, here's my better question.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to make it more presentable to somebody moving in, because
Oh.
And I'm like,
Okay.
I will give you a Bath and Body Work candle you can burn over. It'll make it smell good. But he was like, you get the smoke eaters, and I'll pay you back for them. I'm like, dude, I'm so thin on money, and this was before Harley and Three Force invited me to come to the wedding. So I'm like, okay, I'll do that, and then all of a sudden, Stretch. I picked up $270 smoke eaters for with the tax and everything, $40. So I got essentially $360 in equipment for $40. So that was a good buy. I'm trying to get Harley on because I have to go poop again, and I don't want you to be alone. and Three Force, his ass should show up. Not like he has anything else to do. He got the room ready.
This is all for them too. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, come in and help. Oh. Yeah, by the way, did you watch the Alex Jones trial?
No. I have not.
You want to talk about somebody who got railroaded?
Okay.
Fucking God. I mean, if you think Joven got railroaded, his lawyers weren't even allowed to speak or bring up the fucking case. The only thing they were allowed to do was cross-examine the prosecution's witnesses. And I really do have to, John. I'll be right back. Get out of the way, cat.
All by myself. No one likes my husband, and they can all fuck right off. And if they don't like him, they're not friends of mine. Well, that's a little confusing. If you're saying, I mean, not confusing, but redundant. You said no one likes your husband, so I mean, obviously they wouldn't be friends of yours. And why would you say if they don't like him? Because there's no if in no one, you know. So like, obviously, you know, you don't even have to specify that fucking hard. There you go. There's your pedantry of the night, calling out redundancies. And beyond that, okay, he's not your husband yet. Yeah, I said it. You have to marry him first. He's not your husband yet, so you can't be pulling them cards. Okay? I actually don't fully understand what the issue with Yoda is exactly. Like, I don't know. I've never had an issue with 3/4, so I don't really fully get why there's such controversy there. I think I've had more arguments with Addy than I ever had with 3/4. I wonder how long it takes. Oh, look, Bastard Beast is on here with popcorn, watching me talk while Doc is taking a shit. So I'm sitting here all by myself, and now I know what it feels like to stream by yourself. I never do this. It's awkward. I don't have the talent. So anyway, what are you guys up to? Anybody who's watching? Are you gonna actually say anything in the chat? Maybe you can find something that'll trigger me and I can rant about it. While we wait for like fucking ages for Doc to quit shitting out his intestinal tract. Is Harley gonna marry Hatman? I don't know who the fuck Hatman is. But apparently, she's gonna marry Three-Force, who gets treated like the internet, Nazi. So it makes perfect sense. Where the fuck? I lost my thing. My lighter. Doc should start putting a timer up on the screen when he runs off to go shit. Oh, Garth is here. Yay. Whoa, what? Master Beast says, nah, I just got done shit kicking a Redditor trying to infiltrate a Discord. Wow. Well, first off, Reddit is shit. But I love it when people do that shit. I love it when people infiltrate Discords. It is actually a fun experience. Actually, you know what? I've told Doc this several times that what he needs to do is he needs to stream while pooping. And he won't do it. Like, not like in the way he's doing it now, but rather like, you know, like, I don't know, get his phone out and shift the Discord to his phone or whatever, or drag his mic all the way into the bathroom and take a shit in the bathroom while he's talking on stream. I think that would be fucking hilarious. Or love seat toilet. Yeah, that would be based. I want one of those. I'm actually shocked Garth hasn't tried jumping in yet. Or anybody for that matter. It's just me.
Did they not show up? Shame on
Nobody
them.
showed up.
Shame on
Yeah,
them.
I think they just left.
You know what? Garth should come in here. Fucker.
So he can try to defend Nope
Again.
again.
Dude, that would be sad. Because that is a really sad movie. That was.
Oh, it's not sad.
No,
It's not sad. It was terrible.
Well, no, it was sad because it had a great opening, and then nothing after
It
that.
did. Yep.
I'm like, oh, this
Yep.
is gonna be good, and I get an hour into it, and I'm like, Chinese cowboys, aliens eating cow. What? Although I really don't like the fact. By the way, hi, Bastard Beast. I really don't like the fact that Peel came out and said, "No, I am not going to hire. I'm going to hire actors of color." And it's like, you dumbass. Why don't you hire actors that are the best for the job? How's that? That seems like a good hiring practice. But no, we got a Chinese cowboy out of it.
Three-Force is in here muted.
Three-Force. Three-Force.
What?
What the fuck are you doing?
At this point, I don't know. I'm just pretty delirious. But what the fuck are y'all doing?
I'm actually trying to raise motel money, and talk about really shitty movies, because there's some really shitty movies out there. By the way, why isn't Garth in here?
Darky?
I mean, if he's gonna show up, he might as well come in. Because yeah, we can rape him over Nope. But yeah, I do have to wholeheartedly recommend the two Accident Man movies. If you guys like John Wick in any way,
I do.
you will like Accident Man.
Laxative? What?
It's called Accident Man.
Accident Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's the second one just came out called The Accident Man's Holiday Special.
It sounds like a guy who just gets a bunch of bitches pregnant.
But he does it on accident.
Oops.
And
They did it again.
And Toya, why aren't you in here either? Harley, you don't have any excuse. We're gonna hold your man hostage until you come in here.
Yeah,
She-
the whole
She literally is in the shower.
that
She just
while
typed a
typing.
message. What the fuck?
Slow down.
She just
Like that's out of character for her.
She just typed a message in the chat, and she's taking a shower.
I mean, I would give you video proof and/or picture proof,
That-
but
no.
she may murder me.
No, I'm not. I'm not that kind of girl. I have.
Allegedly.
I have.
You should.
I have literally a paternal thing for your soon-to-be wife.
That's gay.
I do. I mean, I had it for somebody else too, and holy God, did that person fuck me over?
Yeah, somebody needs to buy Harley an oven for her wedding gift.
What if it's an easy bake oven?
Huh?
You screwed up my fucking surprise, you dick.
I mean, either that or a gas mask. She just didn't make the mistake of her ancestors.
Well, wait a minute.
Ugh.
3/4. Do you have any
Fucking
German?
weird.
Do you have any German
Exactly.
blood?
Do I have any German blood?
Yeah.
Probably. I'm a fucking mutt. Who knows?
Oh, okay.
He's black.
Yes.
One of my favorite jokes, and I know it's old and outdated.
Knock knock.
One guy says, "Yeah, I had a neighbor who was half black and half Japanese, and every December 6th, he went and beat up Pearl Bailey." It's a very old joke.
Ornus Borgnine walked into a bar. Like, what?
Yeah, I have no clue what the fuck he's talking about.
Dude, I just saw him recently. I was watching the original version of Willard. You know, the kid who controls rats and makes them kill people. Because Ernest Borgnine was the main bad guy in that movie.
Okay. This is taking a weird turn, but we're here now.
Wait, you never seen that movie? By the way, let me recommend to everybody who's actually listening out there, if you haven't gone to the Shout Factory website, right now they're doing the 31 Nights of Horror. And all the horror films are pretty bad. They're like 70s, 80s, a couple of 90s. But they're all that really bad horror that you can, get a bowl of popcorn and watch for an hour and a half. I watched Alligator 2. Oh man, so
I
bad.
said everything you and Alligator 1.
No, Alligator 1 they showed as well, but Alligator 2 is better because the effects are cheesier.
Yes.
What is even happening right now? How many
I
Ambien have you taken right now?
How many Ambien?
Yeah.
None so far. I just because what I ate, and I remember what I ate yesterday. I thought I ate Mexican, but that was a few days ago. Do you guys what's the name of the channel? First We Feast,
Yes.
where they had the Hot Ones show.
Yeah. Hot wing. Yeah.
Yeah, you can go to Walmart and buy.
And buy the sauce. Yep.
Well, you can buy their. It's a bag that's has chicken nuggets in it, and then it's got 3 of their hot sauces.
Nice.
And I tried the Los Calientes, and that's their mild sauce. It's got a kick to it, but it's nice because it's a vinegar based. But I tell you what, those nuggets suck. They're chewy. They're like if you get. Have you ever eaten alligator?
No.
Why did you go to Walmart, buy that, and expect gourmet?
It's because I was just passing by, and I had my EBT card.
He was high
I might have been
and hungry.
Well, no, because honestly, it's got that one. It's got a mild. It's got a medium, and then it's got that Apollo sauce. You know, the last dab.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm actually going to find some good chicken and try that.
Oh, I had shrooms for the second time.
Like hallucinogenic.
Did you get them on a pizza?
Yeah.
I
No, the hallucinogenic kind. Yeah, like they're great.
I like mushrooms, but LSD to me is so much cleaner.
Well, it's not. I've never, as I said, I've never had LSD, but it was just I don't know. It's relaxing. It's like impossible to get mad after I've eaten shrooms.
Yeah, I can agree.
Disagree, because I think we can. Vlad being who he is, I think we can definitely accomplish this goal.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there is a way, but and normal so I went and played D&D with some friends the other night. Smoked weed. And ate. Yeah, I'll admit whatever in public. I had sex with a hay bale once. Anyway, but the point is though is that I'm kidding.
Who the fuck everything? Shut up.
But I
had
played
sex
D&D,
on
smoked
a
weed,
hay
and
bale.
ate some shrooms.
What happens in the back streets of Missouri? It stays in the back streets of Missouri.
You mean the back barn?
Sorry, you are correct. It is 100% inaccurate for me to think that these fucking streets are paved.
Whatever
Exactly.
happens in the cornfield. No,
But I would microdose LSD
I
just
mean,
to try it.
it's literally it's not something they would give to the berserkers and say go. It's taking hallucinogens is very cerebral. As a matter of fact, there's a YouTuber that you would know if I said the name, but I'm not gonna. He's like
Joe Rogan.
He's like the only thing I do is kind of smoke pot, and I'm like, if you got good pot, it's a hallucinogen. So why don't you just take the next step? And he's like, no, man, I just don't know. And it's like, it's not like you lose complete control or you go into a rage and eat somebody's face. You know, that's like meth or bath salts. Acid and LSD, hallucinogens, whatever you're talking about, is an introspective drug.
Yes.
And that's why a lot of people have bad trips, because they already go into it thinking that the worst thing is going to happen. And so, ta-da, wish fulfillment, it does.
Yeah, I after I got home from that D&D session, I went. It was like by the time I got home, it was like 1 a.m, and I was outside just like sitting down, looking up at the stars while smoking cigarettes, while tripping. You know,
that's it.
It was
The only bad thing is mushrooms, because it's technically a poison. Will just rough up my gut. That's why I don't like it.
That's why you had a bad trip.
Oh, I've never had a bad trip. Never. In decades, I've never had one bad trip. I've had a couple of frustrating trips, because like there was one night where this guy's like, yeah, man, we got tabs and they were only $3 a shot. Well, after getting to my like 9th or 10th tab, I'm like, Yeah, okay, I got a buzz, but this is bullshit. I should be off my ass. I should be floating in the stars at this point. This motherfucker sucks. I'm gonna find this asshole. So yeah, I've had a frustrating trip or two. That's just because promises were made that were not fulfilled. But yeah,
Doc, check your DMs. It's relevant.
okay. By the way, you really oh, that's his life. That's his
Yeah.
fucking life. But yeah, if you haven't had the chance to take a look at the Alex Jones trial,
Hi. Good night.
Viva Fry did a great recap of it, and your fucking jaw will drop because I mean, legitimately, what the thrust of their case was, they wanted to bring it in and say, hey, listen, there was no problem with Alex Jones until this certain interview or when Hillary Clinton mentioned him in a speech. They were.
Dude, what's really funny about Viva is he used to be like a libtard, and then COVID broke him.
Yeah. Wait a minute. That doesn't sound like Yoda.
No.
Okay, that sounds like Yoda now.
Yeah, she said good night.
Oh,
Yeah, but she's still talking, so you know how that works.
wow. Women be women.
Shoot her!
You're laying all over my spot. I can't lay down.
Well,
Well, what the fuck shit in the bed?
I can say, being an old person, you never want to shit in the bed.
Yeah, ask Amber.
Wow. I mean, if it's done for a purpose, I guess, but
Look, Amber Heard ruined that. Her defense would have been perfect for that. All she had to say was that was Johnny's kink. That's it. That's all she had to say.
Alone sleeper.
dude,
Sleeping up.
I have legitimately never seen more laughter in a courtroom than when I watched that trial. I mean, the
and you
fucking
did the fucking Daryl Brooks trial. Fuck.
I need to look into that more. I keep forgetting to look at it.
Daryl Brooks.
Yes, the Waukesha Christmas Day parade was a Christmas. It was a Christmas parade, mass casualty event.
Oh yeah,
He's-
where he took his red SUV and decided to play GTA.
Yeah.
He's representing himself.
No, he's not. He's been convicted.
Oh, he was. Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was summarily found guilty of out of 76 counts, every single fucking one of them,
Yeah, he should also be charged with bad lawyering.
because he was his own lawyer. 'Cause
Yep.
holy fuck, God.
Somebody didn't watch enough Murder She Wrote or
God,
Matlock.
every fucking time he said, objection, grounds, like no, objection, hearsay. Like, the guy who said it is literally on the stand. Shut the fuck up. It was infuriating.
Yeah,
I hated.
it's the
I
old
wanted to
saying,
murder.
dude. It's the old saying, you know. He who represents
Yeah, but
himself
that old
as
saying,
an
you
idiot
know it.
for a client.
Yeah.
I like how Vlad enjoyed the random shit.
Yeah. What were you saying, Doc?
Good night, Miss Toya.
He who represents himself has a fool for a client.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just watched some base shit. Fuck. This woman, this blonde, just walks up, smacks a dude, and then he slaps her back, and she's like instantly hits the ground. Oh yeah, fuck that bitch. Equality.
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
don't know
I
how
think-
many times I've been told that I should have actually done what I was accused of. That way, the ride would have been worth it.
Well,
However-
by the way,
Oh, she did worse. She not only smacked him, she knocked the beer out of his hand. That's fighting.
Alcohol
Yeah.
abuse. Fucking these people.
What?
Alcohol abuse. These people.
Right?
What are you gonna say, Doc?
I'm just telling Harley have a good sleep. I can actually.
You can tell her
Dude,
audibly.
Are you guys recording this at all? Are you gonna shoot it?
What?
The damn wedding.
Mm.
I mean,
You live stream it.
I'm gonna be wearing my body cam
Oh God.
just because I want to see what TSA tries to say when I go through, because they can't do shit about a body cam. They can't request that you turn it off or anything. They have no legal right. And if they do fuck with me, I'm just gonna go, well, my therapist says one of the easiest ways to deal with agoraphobia in large social situations is with this camera because it makes me feel safe. And they'll leave me the fuck alone. Although,
Or you could just need to buy more computer parts, and then that'd leave you too.
although I can't bring liquor, I was going to bring a nice bottle of Blanton's, but I can't bring liquor. I can't bring anything that's liquid over 3 ounces.
Well, you could ship it first, and then hope for the best.
I didn't have any money to ship myself. Fuck.
What you could do is, to be fair, the amount of money that most people spend on alcohol in Florida isn't anywhere close to being as much as where you usually get it from your neck of the woods, probably. Plus, it's very fun to do the drive-through liquor stores as well.
Well, I was going to bring Blanton's, and Blanton's is almost impossible to find anywhere because the fucking Japanese keep buying it up. Most of it
Goddamn
ships.
zipper heads.
Most of it ships overseas. I shit you in the negatory. And it takes they always do small batch, so it's 7 years minimum for their small batch, and all of it just up and goes away when they get it here at my local little liquor store. They legitimately sell out within 3 hours of having it. They could have a whole case and it's gone. And technically, liquor stores are only allowed to sell it for what the state minimum is, and that's now $65 a bottle. But in other places, you'll pay between $150 to $200 for it.
Damn. What is a Scotch liquor? I know it's a liquor. Scotch whiskey.
Straight Kentucky bourbon.
Okay.
And goddamn, it's smooth. So what happens is when you guys have your honeymoon where you travel around the United States, stop up here. I got a guest room. I'll get you all drunk. Because liquor is good for you.
Yes.
It's good for the soul. And Blanton's to me just can't be beat. I've had shit that's more expensive, but it's like liquor flavored air just pouring down your throat. I don't do the snob thing where it's like, oh, it has hints of this. It's just, man, it goes down smooth. It does not burn. and it will get you jacked.
I mean,
I was about to say that there's no
Uh-oh, you just became a radio star.
I do the snob thing though.
reason to become a radio star.
Because it sounds like you're talking through a radio.
Or through
Oh,
a walkie-talkie in a cave.
I've yes. Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Did you hear?
Spousal abuse. What?
She's like, did you just say you became a radio star? I said, yeah. Well, video killed you, huh? Like, shut up.
Jesus Christ.
See,
hey, that's a
y'all
good
would have said
comeback.
the exact.
That's a good
Don't
comeback.
encourage her.
Come on now.
Do not encourage. No.
But she's not that old. She should not have Buggles quips.
It's because she's Jewish.
Wait. Jewish people automatically know.
They
old
inherit the
cliches?
Holocaust, dude.
Oh.
They inherit. The fuck does that even mean?
They won't shut the fuck up about Nazis.
Dude,
That's what it means.
dude, I thought this has been a long while back. I thought Ben Shapiro had a misshapen head until I realized that he was wearing a yarmulke all the time.
Really?
It was to hide the point.
I thought he had a tumor. I did.
I think he has a bald spot.
He's not John Fetterman. Fuck.
Oh, dude, that debate was just amazing. I'm
What?
like, I'm not high. But
Oh,
I think I'm high. Yeah, Dr. Oz is a scumbag. He is. Really, he is.
Mehmet or whatever the fuck his name is.
Hey, Blind Press. She says if I'm blind and I'm drunk, does it mean I'm blind drunk?
No.
No, I gotta say not necessarily. Blind drunk is pretty much the same definition as blackout drunk. Now, if you drink heavily and then you wake up the next day or two later and you don't remember shit, yeah, you were blind drunk because you were blacked out. I like tobacco. By the way, 3/4,
Sir?
when I fly down, I am going to be tobacco free for the entire time.
Why?
Well, because technically you can't take a lighter on a plane. You actually have to put it in steerage. And I'm just like, all right, well, fuck it. I've got enough. I have enough nicotine pouches to where I'll just take that shit and
Rough
fuck,
it.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. I was in the hospital for close to 6 months, including the ECF. I didn't smoke a cigarette once there.
Dude, last time I was in the hospital, I was in there for 6 hours and was like fucking sweating because I wanted a cigarette. Like, I was like, I have a problem.
I'm telling you, man, those.
Why do you handle the DNC like a champ?
I'm telling
Dude.
you, man, those nicotine pouches, they work like a fucking charm.
I went to my sister's wedding and smoked a pack and a half while I was there.
Oh no, I might want to smoke, but I have a feeling that if I'm going to be, because I have to be there for 3 days because it dropped the price of the ticket, right? Being there, I have a feeling I'm going to try to do a lot of walking. I thought about bringing my rollator, but oh my god, what shit they would probably give me. So I'm just going with a cane. And I'm going to walk till I get tired. Well, until I'm halfway tired, so I can walk all the way back.
What, they won't let you bring your wheelchair on the plane?
There's weird strictures about it, and you had to pay like 20.
40.
$26 or $31 more. And
Okay.
and honestly, the whole thing was, I mean, I wasn't going to come down if I couldn't find anything that was affordable. And flying out of Dayton, they wanted $750 to fly to Orlando. And I'm like,
You should
good.
you should do LSD on at their wedding.
I mean, I've done LSD on a plane.
Yeah.
That was kind of fun.
Yeah. I've never been on a plane.
Oh God, I used to fly around for the Kirby Company all the fucking time.
I always said that I'll probably die way before I ever get on a plane. I don't want to get on a plane.
Well,
Fuck that.
Well, it's funny because I talked to my doctor. He was like,
There's snakes on that plane.
you realize you have severe DVTs in your legs. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, you're going to be going through altitude changes. I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, one of those clots could break free and give you a pulmonary embolism or a brain edema. And,
Can I ask a question about that?
well, sure.
Yeah, so I had DVT, and they gave me fucking whatever that blood thinner is fucking called for like close to a year, and then told me I had to take aspirin forever.
Normally it's Coumadin.
It wasn't that. It was
Okay.
I can't remember the name of it.
Eloquist?
But yeah, that was it. Yeah,
Okay.
Eloquist. But ultimately, I haven't really had any issues since then, but are the clots still there? Like I have no swelling. I don't have any pain there in my legs anymore. You know?
Yeah, unless they come in and roto-rooter you, which is what they've done to me twice, then yeah, they're gonna be there for the rest of time. And as long as you're not getting pain or swelling out of them, shit you can live with. As a matter of fact, they've got me on two different types of blood thinner, and they told me no, I can't eat an aspirin because that would thin my blood too much. And
Right.
I'm like, fuck you. Why don't I just do aspirin in one of the two? No. You have to do both of them. So he's like, I don't know. It could be risky to fly on a plane. And I'm like, you know what? I don't give a shit. At this point, either I'm going to make it and I'm going to enjoy myself to the fullest extent, because I tell you, when somebody invites me to something and facilitates me being able to get there, there's no fucking way I'm going to say no. I could be puking out my shoes and I still would not say no. And it was like, well, here's the cool thing. Everything gets said and done. I fly back. I die on the way back. Then good. They can take care of me there. If I get there and I die, I know a mortician. I know somebody who's in the fucking business. So I'm covered both ways.
Yeah, so I'm assuming this is why they told me I'm gonna have to take 2 baby aspirin for the rest of my life then.
Yeah, because baby aspirin is
We have a really bad gag reflex.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they're telling you to take 2. Because that's still half the amount of a regular aspirin. And if you take regular aspirin religiously, it's going to tear the fuck out of your stomach.
Well, that was why they told me to take 2 baby aspirin.
Yeah.
What I thought about doing, which the guy also recommended, was that I drink like a glass of some specific kind of wine every night and take 1 aspirin in the morning.
Pinot Noir.
Yeah. And that was the other thing. I mean, it was a Russian doctor, so whatever.
Well, Pinots are like made from a dark grape. I'm not a wine snob, but they're made from a dark grape, and they're supposed to be helpful when it comes to not anti-clotting, but to be able to be more productive as it passes through your
Yeah.
through your system. And honestly, since it's a dark grape, it is kind of tasty.
Well, it fucking sucked, like the Eloquist anyway, because I paid for those bottles out of pocket. It was
Oh.
$750 a bottle.
Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
I completely understand that. Now they're on the list. So if they ever put you on it again, then you won't have any worries. As long as you have like Medicaid, Medicare, or what's it called? There's a place.
Obamacare.
No, it's called GoodRx.com. And GoodRx, even if it's not covered, GoodRx usually will knock it down to between. It'll take like 70 to 90% off.
Nice.
Yeah.
You don't have medical insurance.
Huh?
That's usually if you don't have adequate medical insurance where it does that.
Yeah, GoodRx is a secondary. But it'll work with anything. Hell, they kept trying to prescribe me my boner pills, and it's like, yeah, they're only $52 for like 12, and I'm like, fuck you. I'm not paying $52 for 12 boner pills. But GoodRx knocked it down to like $6. So, although it is kind of sad because of my age, I only ever have sex like once a year now. I just don't have the ambition. I fuck a lot. So yeah, I do have a tendency to get more parental than I do romantic.
Yeah.
She's trying to get lovey, and you're trying to wipe whatever is on her lip off.
Yeah, I mean, the last person that I had sex with, it was just like, God, she was 30, I think, early 30s, and she was just. The bad thing was she was really into the baby oil, and I'm just not. No, I'm not a baby oil kind of person. It makes me feel like, you know, like a fish that's been sitting out the fish market, like all slimy. I'm like, and plus, I smelled like fucking coconut baby oil for like 2 days, and I'm like, you know what?
That's like the worst baby oil too.
Yeah.
You don't shower?
Well, huh?
You don't shower?
You said only 2 days. That's not forever.
I did. I mean, I changed clothes, I showered, and it was still like up my nose.
Usually people shower before you get new clothes on instead of changing clothes and then getting in the shower.
Dude, I was at her apartment.
Coconut smells horrible.
Normally, if I have a one night stand with somebody, I don't actually pack a change of clothes.
Now, what I do, because I'm whatever, is every right after sex, I just immediately take a shower every time.
Well, I was in her place, so
it's weird. I mean, I would have done the same thing, but yeah, like every single time, I just feel like automatically compelled to take a shower. I think it's my inner Baptist boy telling me I committed sin or something.
Dude, and honestly, I am far too fucking old to have one night stands.
Have a what?
Have a one night stand. I'm far too old for that shit.
Okay, a one night sit.
Well, we had many
one night crouch.
We had many positions that night, my friend.
One night scoot.
Okay, I'll say this: the funniest part of the night is I broke 2 cock rings. Okay, well that was funny to me, but okay. Hey, Cybertaz.
Hey, Cybertaz.
But yeah,
I like how Vlad and I both were like, No.
I was listening to the crickets. I wasn't paying attention.
Yes.
Hey, I did not know that I had that power. Now I must use it responsibly.
I just came up with a band name, Chorus of Crickets.
Well, what kind of music would it be?
Rock, probably. Or even more boring, jazz. There you go. Boom.
Of course.
I was thinking
It'd be a comedy. It'd be a comedy trio.
I was thinking it'd be more like, like My Chemical Romance or Ghost.
Ugh. No, okay. I used to like Ghost. Ghost got really dumb. So like their early stuff was really good, and then their newer shit is just kind of like 80s pop, and it doesn't work.
See, now
Even
I'm surprised Tyro hasn't come in yet.
oh, that's
Nobody
because he
mentioned Riot.
just got back.
If you want to be the lead singer but you play saxophone, that's just not how it works.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody who's a lead singer who plays saxophone. Does that hurt your
No.
brain? It hurts my brain.
Yeah.
I
was just thinking like maybe a woman like blowing a guy while listening to jazz. I don't know.
See, dude, I keep having flashbacks to the Lost Boys, where they're having a party, and the shirtless, muscle bound, oiled guy is playing sax like for dear life, like playing sax like no other sax player would ever play a sax.
I just think that Tyro playing saxophone actually makes the most sense. That made
Why?
perfect sense. I don't know. It just makes sense.
I don't get it either.
Autism.
Tyro, are you
Like-
coming in here or what?
No, he said he's too tired.
Pussy.
I'm also really tired. I'm just like talking out of my head, honestly.
That's usually where the sounds come from.
Yes. No, they come out of my face.
Out of your face hole.
Out of my second rectum.
Well, that's
Herbal diarrhea. All right.
that's what makes you a good shit talker.
No, if you think about it, whenever a guy and a girl kiss, really what they're doing is they're uniting their intestinal tracts together as one.
So, like a temporary human centipede.
Yeah,
Huh. By the way,
because the
way,
mouth is just another sphincter.
by the way, the reason for this broadcast tonight is I'm trying to raise money. The plane ticket's taken care of, but my lodging, my accommodations have not. So when I land in Orlando, I mean, I technically have reserved a motel room, but I don't have the money to pay for it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm e-begging, guys. So throw me some money. Because
Wait a minute.
Because I'm a good boy.
Hold on. Tyro said he's making a new account to shitpost with, but then the other day was chewing my ass out because I said make it to tell somebody to make another account.
Do by yourselves. We do not need to know about.
Right. I'm just saying, like, it was just funny because he was like, "No, I don't see the point in having more than one Twitter." And then now it's all like, "I'm making a new Twitter." Like, what the fuck?
Dude, I have had an alternate. What is it, like last year? They sent me a congratulations, you've been on Twitter for 10 years, and I've had an alternate. Everything that I go on, I always make an alternate account. I always have one. I don't know why. Sometimes I use it just to ghost. But, I mean, pretty much if I run under my real name, nobody knows who I am anyway.
Glad you know that.
But I'm not shaving.
Oh wait.
What?
Oh, sorry. Nothing. Continue.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm not shaving for the wedding, but I will. I will at least groom. Because I've been running around trying to find bottles that are less than 3.2 ounces. Fucking TSA.
So I was wrong. I went back and looked. It wasn't that he gave me grief over one Twitter. It was that I said I was on my 15th, and he thought I was saying I had 15 accounts. So my bad. Whoops.
So both of y'all were both complaining about your parents, guy.
Yes.
Okay, somebody hooked a leather belt to an angle grinder. That is the laziest form of parenting. I am not a fan.
I don't know what's happening.
Wait, what an angle grinder is?
No, who's being strung up to said angle grinder?
Oh no, you do not know them. It's part of the Facebook posse. Those are the people. I'm like, listen, my collection. If there's anything that you've ever wanted, it's up for grabs. You come talk to me, and I know there's one guy. I have like a almost 20-pound chunk of black quartz. That's
racist.
That is authentic.
Name it Lynch.
I keep saying Toby. But I'm like, yeah, I know you want this fucking thing, so you put 200 in my hand, and there you go. It's all yours. And he's like, well, how much did you pay for it? And I was like, I paid 200. I'm offering it to you at the same.
But it's just a rock.
Well, don't do that. Tennessee Marine biologist donated $2 and said, let me on or I will call you at 4 a.m. Oh, those are bad flashbacks. Oh, fuck. Yeah, by the way, don't think that hasn't happened. You fucker.
Who wrote that?
That was technically Tennessee Marine biologist.
I think I know who it was.
I know who it was. Thank you, sir. Hey, Anne Frankenberry. Yeah, but there's a couple of signature pieces in my collection that nobody is ever going to get a hold of because they're so weird and rare. And I'm just like, come and get it, fuckers. They're like, well, why are you selling it? And I'm like, because I need money, dumbass. Because those are my sales skills. Like, you got to buy it, you fucking asshole? See, that's how you close the deal. But yeah, I even offered up my my DDP vest. And he was undervalued at that point. But I tell you what, he will go into the WWE Hall of Fame. Eventually. It'll be a political thing, but he'll go in.
What even the WWE Hall of Fame just seems like bullshit.
Oh, it is. I mean, dude, it's the only Hall of Fame that Pete Rose is in.
Yeah.
Although since gambling is now legal with Major League Baseball, they need to let him in.
They won't.
Well, what was his name? Goodell had a hard.
No, that's NFL.
Wow.
I forget who the guy was, but the commissioner of baseball.
Pagliaboo, maybe? Nope, that's still NFL. Fuck.
I forget what his name is, but he had
Steinbrenner?
a raging hard on against Pete Rose, and I know that Pete Rose never bet against his team. I mean, I've met Pete Rose. I've had bologna sandwiches with Pete Rose.
So you were on lockup with Pete Rose, I understand.
No, actually, in lockup, we got the banquet meals because they were the cheapest thing. Because back then they were like 83 cents. It was cheaper to get banquet meals and nuke them and pass them out. Now they were normally always fucking cold, but
Right.
I mean, there was all the nutrition that you ever needed, and if you lucked out, sometimes you got a brownie. But I liked Pete. I only ever met him once. I was over at my buddy's house, Jimmy, and he brought me over to his house so he could show me what he called the vault. He had a basement that had a fucking walk-in safe, right? And in that safe, he had 3 Mickey Mantle rookies. I'm not big on baseball, but since I worked in a comic book card shop, I had to learn the card side of it. But he had an entire 52 Bowman series, and he had every single card series complete from what was it, 1963 or 1964 all the way up. Like anybody who ever put anything out, Bowman or Topps or Fleer, he had complete card sets. And I'm sure he's probably not alive anymore, but man, if he ever needed the money, he could have pulled one of those damn things out and legit instant cash. It's still a fucking seller's market when it comes to baseball cards.
Baseball sucks. I'm kidding. I like baseball.
Dude,
I'm just being.
Like I told Addie, if I'm
You
not
about give him a coronary just then.
like I told Addie, if I'm not at the game, I don't give a shit about baseball. Which is the
Same.
exact opposite for football. Because baseball, it's not hard to follow a little white ball wherever it goes. But
Football is boring.
football to me has much more nuance. And I'm the same way when it comes to basketball. I don't give a shit about basketball unless I'm there, live watching it.
I like playing basketball, but I don't really like watching it.
No, I've never really liked basketball because probably it stems from the fact that I sucked at it.
One
Well-
down with brothers.
Get good, scrub.
Yeah, I mean, I was bad.
So, Doc, Sarah Lee dying, the female WWE woman.
No,
Yeah, they had a apparently some wrestler that she was like 30 and she died, and it was all over Twitter. Like, I give a fuck. So I made what I consider the most or underrated meme.
Okay, and what was that?
I sent it to you.
Okay.
He's very excited about it because I just heard him giggle.
Oh, I like Sara Lee bread.
One of my, yeah, because like one of my fucking friends is obsessed with like he went like full simp. He's like, female wrestling is awesome, which it's not. It sucks. And
Only in Jello is that entertainment.
right, and so I made that meme, and he was like, wrong, Sarah Lee. I'm like, dude,
what'd she die of?
death.
Yeast infection.
Well, I mean, she's 30 fucking years old.
Yeah, she. I can't remember. I think it was like an accident. I don't remember because I'm an asshole and don't give a shit. Because I think female wrestling is fucking boring.
I don't know, man. I love watching Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. She runs with AEW. I rarely watch WWE because I think it's a lot of garbage, too many promos, not enough wrestling.
What about since Vince is
This is going to be interesting. I want to see what Triple H is going to do because he spent a lot of his time, building up NXT, right? So
that was it got you.
you roboted.
He spent a lot of time building it up, but then didn't it get gotten rid of?
Yeah, I mean, basically, Vince didn't like NXT, started shitting all over it, called up a few people, and then started just backburnering everything to do with NXT, even though some of the best stars right now that the WWE has came from NXT. But like his taste in men in bed, Vince liked the big, strong, muscular ones. That was his thing. And I can't say. I mean, I don't like Roman Reigns. I don't like Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, Roman Reigns sucks. He's always sucked. And everybody knows he sucks.
And truth be told, I don't like John Moxley either.
Look, want to know one of the reasons I quit watching wrestling was because of how hard they were pushing Roman Reigns. It just killed it for me. I'm like, dude, this guy sucks, and I just don't want to watch anymore. They pushed it way too fucking hard.
Well, it's the same way how they pushed Cena. They didn't just push Cena; they jammed Cena down everybody's throats.
Yep.
And honestly, I never liked Cena until he played the Peacemaker.
Dude, like if he went heel, it would make everything better, and they would never do that because money.
Oh no, dude!
So-
He went heel for a cup of coffee, and everybody was still booing him. They're like, "Well, fuck it, we need faces, so you're back to a baby face." It was like maybe a 3-month run where he was a heel, and people still didn't like Cena. They were doing the "fuck you, Cena sucks" chant.
Yep. They should.
But dude, I think MJF, barring any type of injury, MJF is the future of wrestling.
Who the fuck is that?
Maxwell Jacob Friedman. He's over in AEW. He's like an old school heel, and he actually, when he's in public, he lives his fucking gimmick. And he's a total dick to everybody. I mean,
But I'm a gimmick to everybody in my real life too.
and it's funny. Like there was a guy, I don't know what he had, maybe MS, maybe SIDS. I don't know what the fuck, but he was in a wheelchair, and he came up to where MJF was doing a signing, and the guy in the wheelchair was like, "I'm better than you." And MJF looks at him and goes, "Oh, really? Okay, we'll do this." And he stands up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know that. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I had I had a friend of mine send me a video compilation of him, and I'm just like, dude, this guy's awesome. It's from AEW, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, if there was anything to convince me to watch, it was that compilation video, because it was funny as fuck.
And,
Like, it's like, I'm like, dude, like he just won't drop the character, and I think it's because he's just that character. I don't even care. It's fucking hilarious.
well, I mean, Piper, like,
Yeah.
played his gimmick 24/7 until it got to the 90s, and
Yeah.
then he would drop and be good old Roderick Toombs.
Yeah. I just I like, it's one of those things where, like, one of the issues I've also had with wrestling is there's not very many good heels at all, right? Most of them are just boring. Okay, like or they're just arrogant and it's annoying. Like, they're not really like actual heels, if that makes any sense.
It does.
What's his name? Fuck. Dude, I haven't watched in so long. But yeah, like that was my issue. They're just boring.
No. Describe who you're talking about.
It starts with an M. That's the
Well,
so yeah, I know. I can't remember his fucking name. Fuck.
Is he white or black?
He's white.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm looking him
what?
up.
Who are we talking
That's-
to? We're talking
that's-
Vlad here.
That's,
Come on now.
That's fucking racist. People always want to play the heel because it's a lot more fun. But he's the only guy I know of right now that in public does not break character. He kayfabes to the fucking hilt, and we need more of those guys.
Oh, found it. The Miz.
Oh,
I think The Miz is terrible and boring, and I can't stand his face.
Dude, he's an old Road Rules character.
it's
he was,
annoying.
yeah, he was on one of those MTV shows. Yeah.
Road Rules or Real World? Hold on.
I forget which one, but you're right. It was an MTV reality show.
Yeah, on there he's like, I want to be a professional wrestler. Here we go.
I mean, he works in the ring. He's got talent, but meh. It's like I've met Bryan Danielson. I've watched Daniel Bryan wrestle. Whatever names he keeps flipping back and forth through. Great.
So he was on the Real World Back to New York in 2001, and then the spinoff of Real World Road Rules Challenge from 2002 to 2005.
Yeah. Blech. It's funny too, because I argued with people on Wikipedia until they kicked me off. I'm like, the very first scripted show, written, directed, scripted show on MTV was one called Dead at 21. And they're like, no, because they had some game show on. And I'm like, a game show is not scripted. These are people, actors, acting. Dead at 21 was the very first MTV show that was not a reality show or a game show. And they were just like, no, you're wrong. And I'm like, no, I'm going to keep changing this entry because Dead at 21 was the first one. And they finally kicked me off of Wikipedia. I can't do entries anymore.
Well, and the Edge, I can't stand him either. I hate most of the heels in WWE, honestly.
Edge is a nice Canadian. By the way, CM Punk, because of the backstage brawl that he had with the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega, They're probably going to buy out his AEW contract, tell him to fuck off. Because
Why?
Because he's a problem in the locker room. He started a
Really?
fucking brawl. Yeah. Well, I
Like
mean,
a
if you ever
real
listen,
one?
yeah, a real one.
I
and-
just assume it's all fake.
well, I mean, it's backstage. There were no cameras, so that's when you know that it's real. But people said he was a pain in the ass when he was in WWE, and then he so-called retired, and he came back and had a run with AEW currently for like a little over a year, and he was getting over. But then people in the locker room started talking about how he was just in it for himself. He was in it for the money. He really didn't give a shit about helping to build AEW. And
So he turned into Tonka.
yeah, I mean, there's an infamous, if you look up trying to think of the easiest way. If you look up CM Punk post show scrum, he's literally sitting there eating muffins and going off on how this person sucks and this person sucks. And, you know, right now CM Punk is a babyface. He's not a heel. And he was going off on people that people don't give a shit about, like Colt Cabana. Who gives a fuck? Hangman Adam Page. Nobody really gives a shit about. But he thought he would air his grievances there. And the worst part was sitting at it's like a post-conference press interview. The person sitting right next to him was Tony Khan, the guy who owns fucking AEW. And he's just sitting there just ripping to shit some of the, quote, top earners for AEW.
Huh.
Yeah, he really picked the wrong time to be a dick. But there had been people calling him out, saying that, you know, you're not in this to help elevate the promotion. You're in for what you can get, your ego strokes, belts, whatever. So, you know, you are a piece of shit. And apparently he's whiny backstage. That would be the part that would irritate.
So apparently, Elon Musk fired a bunch. He bought Twitter today
Yeah.
and fired a bunch of staff members.
No, he fired the top executives, including that one dumb bitch that went on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Well, I've read.
Yeah, he started at the top. And go, Elon. You South African nightmare, you.
South African nightmare. Yeah, he's an African American now.
Yep.
Yeah. It was funny. I got into a conversation with somebody, and it's like, well, you know, it's all about black, and I'm like, well, you know, what constitutes that? Well, you know, your roots are from Africa. I'm like, oh, well, that's kind of strange because Elon Musk was born and raised in South Africa, unless South Africa is no longer a part of actual Africa, which, you know, it's a fucking ghetto war zone now that they won't do anything about the people rising up, quote unquote. And, you know, yeah, but they're gonna do just like they did. What was it? The Chinese went into Somalia and brought in industry and railroads and all that shit. And then they chased them out. And now the Somalians are like, we need aid. We need the relief. We have nothing here. And it's like, because you fucking destroyed everything that the Chinese left. They had you set on a course for industry. and you would rather do bullshit than actually try to support, grow, and expand your country.
Yeah.
God damn, I've got cotton mouth. I haven't even gotten high. It is. What? It is a year and a half since I've had a drink, an alcoholic beverage.
Jeez. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, dude, I was planning on going down for the wedding and bringing a nice bottle with me so we can just sit.
Well,
back
you're
and
not the
crack 'em.
person at the wedding that's supposed to go down.
Hey, if it's
See what I did there?
dude, if it's proper, then both go down. I mean, that's a proper wedding, but I don't know. I went to well, I didn't go to. I DJ'd a wedding for people who wanted to get married in a pool. That was legitimately the dumbest wedding that I've ever been to. I mean, they didn't do it underwater. They just stood in the deep end. And then
it wasn't deep end.
well, afterwards, then it just turned into a pool party, and I'm like, really? Seriously? And I'm like, you fuckers need to get away from my sound system. Because I didn't think you guys would be, cannonballing close to my fucking sound system, you assholes. Although
Surprise!
Although the weirdest bride-groom dance, the weirdest song that was picked for the bride-groom dance was Mac 10's Backyard Boogie. and by the way, it was a white wedding. A Caucasian wedding. I mean, usually, like the black weddings that I DJ'd, it was usually like Marvin Gaye or the Temptations or something that had some type of romance to it. Backyard Boogie is not a romantic song. Yes, and for those of you who don't know in the audience, Backyard Boogie is about butt fucking. That's pretty much it. There you go. Mac 10, thank you. This is not going very good, by the way. Although
what isn't?
Although it is appreciated, gentlemen, that you come on and speak with me and keep me from just solo rambling.
Well, you did abandon me to that for like fucking 15 minutes while you pooped.
It wasn't 15 minutes. It was less than 5. I looked at the clock.
Well, I was hoping. Did you hear me rambling about how you should take your mic in with you while you shit?
No, because I'm on cans. I got a headset.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Well, still, you should take your microphone in with you. You get a battery-powered mic and just take it in there with you while you poop and talk like it's normal.
I tell you what, when you get to my age, you know instinctively the difference between shart and fart.
Between what?
Shart and fart.
Oh, yeah.
Instinctively, you can feel it.
Because think is laundry day or not.
Dude, I'm not proud of the fact that there have been sometimes, especially when I was on those goddamn antibiotics, that I was changing sheets like every other day. And when you got a fucked up leg, it's really not that easy to change sheets on a fucking king size bed or queen size. Even though I will say the best move I ever made was I got sheets that have deep pockets. So at least, once you get one corner stretched over, then that's not going to come loose. And it makes things a lot easier. Good God. I even had to flip my mattress by myself. And with the type of bed that I have, because it's a taco bed, because it'll fold up and vibrate like tacos do. I had to turn it. I could not flip it because the bottom side is not like plushy, soft, and comfortable like the top side. It's just one of those things that looks like there's harsh fabric stretched across it. Like nobody's ever going to see it. And fucking good God, I'm sitting there trying to figure out how to turn this fucking thing without tripping and falling over. I did it. I'm proud of myself that I got it done. I've been trying to see if I can get services for them to come in like once every 2 weeks and do a little, straightening up, like sweeping, mopping, that kind of shit. But they do say that, most everybody around here has turned me down because the consideration is you have to be 65 or older and infirmed. I'm like, well, I can fucking barely walk, guys. I cannot do a sweeping, mopping expedition around the house. It's only one story. I'm not asking a lot. But, can you guys every 2 weeks just come in and sweep and mop? Would that be okay? And especially if the government's going to pay them, then easy money. I guess in the next couple months that I'll break down and buy a mop because I don't want one of those raghead mops.
Okay, I gotta go on a tangent. I'm upset.
Okay.
Cybertaz wrote, "I'm going to start abusing the my community tab." Now, obviously, I'm not upset with Cybertaz here. But what I am upset with is the fact that I spent all that time earning the 500 subscribers to get the community tab and was super excited to finally get the community tab after all that entire year trying to build my channel, right? And then I get it, and then a fucking week later, they unlock the community tab for basically everybody.
I don't even know what the community tab is. I do know that YouTube has been chasing me. Get that special URL name.
Yeah, it's just an @ so that you can. So like if you, which they reserved mine obviously because I already had the account, which they might do with you as well. But yeah, like essentially all it is so that you can, like, so if you want to send somebody URL, you can just type in youtube.com/@DocGriffin, and it's so much fucking easier than any of the other shit. But yeah, with community tab, it's just so you can write posts in YouTube.
Okay.
Like if it was Twitter. It's not like a big deal. It's just a milestone, right? And now it's no longer a milestone. Now basically anybody can fucking get it if they verify their account. So it's nothing now. It's meaningless. It's irrelevant.
Well,
and it pisses me off.
Did the thing that I found funny since I've been on YouTube since 2007, 2006, 2007, somewhere around there. And I could instantly monetize. It didn't make a difference how many subs I had. I could monetize.
Yeah, a long time ago, yeah.
And I'm like, no, I don't really want to monetize. This is a hobby. I'm fucking around, blah, blah, blah. And then it got to the point, what was it, 2016, 2015? Where they're just like, oh, you can only monetize if you have 1,000 subs and blah blah blah.
Actually, no. It was funnier than that. So originally, YouTube, God, it was like 2010 somewhere, like early 2010s or maybe 2008 or something like that, where it was actually like much higher than that. It was like 10,000 or 5,000 subs and some other shit. And then they had tried removing that entirely to where like not everybody was monetized. I can't remember how they did it, but they made it like damn near impossible. But yeah, it was. I think that was during Adpocalypse where nobody was monetized at all, except for the really, really mega channels, and they brought it back.
Yeah, that was
Again,
like
it's
2015,
weird.
2016.
Yeah, they brought it back and then lowered the bar, which I don't know. It like first off, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So there's my lovely point of view. I have made more money on Rumble, which is to say $1.72, than I have on YouTube. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's not. I'm not doing anything on Rumble. It's just every time I upload a video, it goes to Rumble automatically. So the channels are synced or whatever. But no, I mean, it's just it's interesting, you know. But I don't do anything special on Rumble. But I got 34 subs on Rumble. Whoa.
I have 6, but I have no idea how I got them. Because I haven't posted this goddamn thing. I just go over and watch Crowder and Fleckus.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
they're not deep enough into conspiratorial stuff. I've looked around and they're kind of lazy about that. So I'm like, you know, Parlor had better conspiracies on it.
dude, Parlor was doing so good there for a minute, and then they just destroyed it. It was like when I got on there, right when the hype train started, or right before actually, and then I was able to get like posts, like my posts were getting traction like quick. You know, it was insane. Like I was starting to like get somewhere on Parlor, and then they killed it. So they, you know, if you remember, whenever when Amazon pulled it or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And they ended up nuking everything, and so it just destroyed it. And then now it's just dead. And then Trump killed it further when he came out with Truth Social. And now, like, there's not even real reason to use. I mean, to be fair, Truth Social is kind of shit. So it's not very good either. Whatever algorithm they have is just garbage. Like whenever you post on Truth Social, no one fucking sees it. Like, just period. And yeah, it's just basically, I don't know why Trump didn't just call it the Trump fan club, because that's basically all it is.
Yeah, I mean, like I put my account on 4chan probably at the same time, 2007. B-board to me was always funny as shit. Because good God, there were some very, very spicy takes. And now it's kind of garbage. It's like, I'm sure it's as a proliferation of 13-year-olds running around, you know, thinking they have a hot take, or, you know, they've got an icy troll, but man.
Are you talking about 4chan?
Yeah.
Yeah, the big issue with 4chan that I have is that it's become very woke now.
Some of the boards, yes. There are other boards that will come over.
I'm referring to the rules.
Oh, well, there are other people who will try to come over and fuck with the B board or poll.
Yeah.
And dumber than shit because, what is poll? Poll is politically incorrect, you dumbasses. That's
Mhm.
specifically what it's for. And it's because all the Tumblr pussies got spayed and neutered when they sold Tumblr off for, what was it, like $2 million?
Mhm.
And it used to be worth like hundreds of millions of dollars, and they took away the porn. But, and this is the first time I've used this statement. To be fair, there was quite a bit of CP running around on Tumblr, and a lot of man boy love kind of deal.
There's a lot of CP running around on Twitter.
I don't have any idea because I don't know what to look for or why I would look for it. But Tumblr was like right in your face about it.
That and Whisper are two of the bigger sites that proliferate it now.
I've never been on Whisper. Then again, I've never been on Grindr either. Maybe I'm missing out.
Sounds like such a grind.
It sounds like such a bump and grind.
Yeah.
But hey, the She-Hulk on Tinder. I can't believe how they fucked that character so bad.
Who?
She-Hulk.
Oh God! Look, okay. I mean, 100% honest. I didn't care anyway.
Dude, okay. Here's the thing. It's a superhero TV show, right? I'll explain this like you've never read a single She-Hulk book. This is how important it is. The superhero show. It had 9 episodes. She fucked strangers. She did one night stands. She fucked more times than she actually had a superhero fight.
Okay.
So that explains how well the writers knew the character, because they didn't. It was literally, it's almost like the Kevin Smith thing. It was the writers were doing self-actualization, taking their lives and putting it into a character, even though it has nothing to do with that character.
Well, the idealistic version of their lives. So, like, they were trying to live vicariously through. Yeah.
Well, they were, but everything that they brought up were such random, weird, extreme things. Like, dude, I've asked females. There's never been a female who looked rough in a bar bathroom, and then other females come in, and the first thing they want to do is fix her makeup.
What?
Oh yeah. Instead of like, hey, it looks like you might have the shit kicked out of you. Let's call the cops. It's like, here's some shoes. Here's a jacket. Let's fix your makeup. I'm like, This is seriously not real. This is not grounded at all. And she spent more time out of the She-Hulk persona. And I mean, they made Kevin Feige a fucking algorithmic robot. And that's how they pieced their plots together for everything. And so the writers end up shitting not only on the fans, not only on the character, but on Kevin fucking Feige, who's in charge. And he hasn't fired these cunts yet. They're like, it's an all female production, female power, blah blah blah. Do you remember?
Wait, isn't it the same Jackass who did almost girl Ghostbusters?
What? Who?
Isn't he the same director who did all girl Ghostbusters?
Oh no, there were only female directors. You're thinking of Paul Feig, not Kevin Feige. Kevin Feige's the guy who's been in charge of the Marvel movies for a decade. Paul Feig.
I swear you were just saying Feig.
Paul Feig is incredibly super gay and doesn't really understand comedy, drama, anything. He got lucky because he took the script Bridesmaid and made that into a movie, but almost literally everything that the women did in Bridesmaids was guy stuff. It was just literally, hey, let's show that women can be just as raunchy as guys. You know, let's make this a female version of The Hangover. And Bridesmaids, like, eh. I mean, when they had Melissa McCarthy drop trowel and shit in the sink, it's like, you know what? I don't know any girls who are like this. I don't want to know any girls who are like this. That is gross. Oh my God.
Well, I have to go to bed. I'm like dead ass tired. Blah. I gotta get up early.
Well,
It's almost 2.
Well, I certainly do appreciate the time. Yeah, it's 2:30 here. I think I think I'm gonna roll until 3 because good goddamn, I have such cotton mouth. It is unbelievable. And and the only meds that I took tonight, my secondary meds, was just one of my blood thinners and oh fuck, what gabapentin, which is for my diabetic neuropathy. Goddamn, I'm gonna have to.
Neuropathy?
Yeah. That's why I have trouble walking. Or grasping things. It's literally like a pussy version of ALS. Your nerves are damaged and they're dying. They're never gonna be fixed. And so my hands are gnarling up. My feet, I haven't been able to feel my feet for, good God, maybe a decade.
Jeez.
But you know what? That's neither here nor there, because my life is not based on my athleticism. It's based on my charming personality. And,
Yes.
And that was the minute when I beat her to death with the shovel, officer. So, yeah. I mean, I won't be getting around very well when I get around Florida. Although they did say that this motel has a pool.
Doc, just get as soon as you land, you get a complimentary golf cart. Just shut up.
You know, that would be cool. But the hotel that I picked, well, it more picked me because of the price. It's a Days Inn, and it's what they said is about an 18 to 20 minute drive from the airport. Okay. I've got just regular gummy bears, and now my salivary glands are working. Life is good. So Vlad, I do appreciate you coming on, and I'm gonna try to do this tomorrow because tomorrow's Friday, right?
Yep.
So maybe,
Do it earlier.
kind of, sorta. People have paychecks, and
Do it around like 6 Eastern, because nobody in what's left of our neighborhood have any significance of streaming then. So go ahead.
yeah, that's true. Although somebody sent me a message and said, "Well, Triffy's running," and I'm like, "Yeah, and."
He's not running unless he's falling.
Yeah, he might want to invest in a rollator like I did.
But
if he would have followed, what I was telling him, he would have got a free one.
Let Vlad go to bed.
well, I was just gonna say, I have an awesome long ass video tomorrow.
I did see that. It's premiering
Yes.
at like 11 a.m.
Yeah, your time. Yeah.
Yeah, my ass is gonna be out, so I'll have to watch it.
I mean, that's okay. So I mean, I don't think very many people are gonna watch it as it premieres anyway. I just like setting it to premiere because I can.
That's true.
But no, it's actually like a stupid long. It's like 40 minutes long. It's like my second longest
You go
video.
the fuck to bed.
Huh?
You go the fuck to bed.
It's like
I am.
It's like, because of the subject matter, time equals poundage.
Yes.
Well,
I mean, that's actually why I named it. Although I don't really say it in the video, it's why I said the internet's biggest scammer. And so if anybody's like, well, there are worse scammers, I would just be like, yeah, but when was the last time you saw a 500-pound scammer?
Yeah, dude, he's still bigger than Wings of Redemption.
Redemption, yeah. He's at 400 pounds actually now. He got down to 340 and then gained like up to 400.
Well, that's usually what happens when people take the cheat code. That shit wears off. I don't care. I have never seen anybody that has done gastrointestinal surgery or the lap band or whatever and have succeeded. Because if you do the shortcut, that definitively means that you don't have the focus or the willpower to do it your damn self. So you're gonna backslide.
Yeah, somebody looked it up for me, and because I had that discussion, because I was surprised, and then they looked it up, and it was something like 87% fail.
Yeah, it's high. Like I've said, everybody that I've seen do it, in my real life, it's failed.
Yeah, but there's the video is a long one. Like I go through his history and his more recent shit, and his more recent shit is fucking fucked up.
Did you go through the teeth replacement?
Oh yeah, I mean, sorta. I kind of skipped over a lot of things, like his drama with Anita Sarkeesian. I don't give a shit about. Like I basically did what like lawyers do, and I took sets of facts and built a narrative around the facts, kind of thing. So, I have my own.
So I guess you talked about his girlfriend Hooker.
Actually, I skipped over that too because I don't give a shit. I can't. I don't care. Like people kept talking about that at the time, and I'm like, well, until I see more proof. Basically, the video isn't even really like a. Other people did documentaries on him, right? I didn't do that. I'm not doing, and I think I even said that in the beginning of the video that it's not going to be some like fucking pseudo intellectual wannabe documentary. That this video is going to be like a very aggressive, hateful tangent, and that's what it is.
So did
you nice tangents?
What?
As opposed to your nice tangents?
Right?
So, so I'm guessing that you actually did talk about his quest to buy a Tesla.
Yes,
No.
that does come up. But yeah, but it's one of those things where I used to be a fan. I started watching, I think 2011, I believe, was when I first saw Boogie. And I was a fan.
Francis.
Boogie. I actually yeah. I didn't actually see a Francis video first, believe it or not.
I'm not a fan
it
of
was-
Francis.
The first video I saw of his was actually him doing that weird slow-mo fall into the pool. That was the first one.
That
Um,
may have been natural speed.
Yes. But no, like in 2019, I became not a fan, and then I said nothing. And I because so many people were on his ass, I was like, I don't care. I'm just gonna ignore him, and I did. Right up until recently,
Well, dude,
and
there,
I
there are so many people that could actually.
huh.
There are very many people that could probably stand on his ass.
Right. But I just got really angry over one of his recent videos and just like, you know what? I'm going to make a whole video saying exactly how I feel about Boogie, and I'm pulling no punches the entire video. So,
Do you really honestly think he could take a punch?
It'd be more of an absorption.
right.
Well, no, I mean he does have a gun, so
Yeah.
ir-
What is he
ir-
aims
ir-
to wound though?
irresponsible piece of shit. It's the old phantasm theory. You know, never load a gun unless you intend to use it. Never point a gun unless you intend to shoot it, and never shoot a gun unless you intend to kill.
Yep. Well, he said he was aiming to wound, which is the main part of the video that stuck in my head.
Well, then
back
why was he shooting it up in the air?
He said he was going to give a warning shot, and he did.
Was he was he hoping that the bullet would fall exactly because of the Earth's rotation back down and hit the guy in the head or something?
No, what happened was he said, I'm gonna give a warning shot, and Hassel said, do it, pussy. And he did.
Okay.
That was it.
Wow.
What a
I'm
dumbass.
so like look, I think what Frank Hassel did was fucking stupid. But you know what? Like, regardless of how stupid it may have been, it revealed a lot of shit about Boogie's character. And that's basically I think the important part of the whole thing takeaway.
Well, I mean, he did tell Boogie to come. Boogie told him to come see him, and he did.
Oh, Boogie did more than that. Boogie said he'd take him out to eat. Did you know that?
Oh, he still owes him a meal then.
Yeah, and not only that, Boogie said that he would never lay a hand on him. He wouldn't hurt him. He's a pacifist.
Yeah, I know a lot of pacifists that carry guns.
Right, but the thing is that that's like one of the things I point out in the video. Like, actually, what the video is supposed to be is to fundamentally contest the narrative that Boogie is a nice guy. That is basically the video in a nutshell. Is like, that is the scam, is that he's a nice guy. He's not. He's actually a narcissistic piece of shit.
Oh, dude, a lot of people on YouTube are narcissistic pieces of shit.
Yeah, he's the worst kind of narcissist. He's the vulnerable kind, like a female narcissist.
Well,
Like,
and he's a grifter.
yes,
I mean,
I
I would like to be a grifter. By the way, not too successful tonight, but yeah, you got a little bit towards it. So I'm lucky and happy for what I got, and
yeah, you should have started some drama with somebody.
fuck, there are two people I can do that with right now. Although those people are ghosted in my chat, so they wouldn't be able to talk shit.
Is
back.
one of them literally a ghost?
Yes. Well, married to a ghost.
But yeah,
What you gotta remember, I actually got told one time that I was trying to intimidate everybody by concealed carrying a firearm.
makes sense.
Yeah,
Perfect
because
logic.
because when you conceal it and they don't know you have it, that's pretty fucking intimidating.
Basically, all they said was you intimidated people by breathing.
To be fair, that's actually not too dissimilar from the actual truth.
Clearly,
Yeah,
by recent
but
events.
I mean, there's some shit where you've got the W already 3/4. You can just walk away at this point
True.
because there's a lot of. I mean, really, do you want to be a tard wrangler for the rest of your life? Come on, you got better things to do.
I'm gonna be a dad for the rest of my life, so that's already my
Damn.
that's already my narration by default.
Hey, no, being a parent does not mean you're a tard wrangler all the time. Just some of the time.
Mhm.
I'm talking about grown adults. Don't be tard wrangling grown adults. Just let them go.
Yeah, I mean, like, dude, like I was actually talking about this the other day. I can't remember who it was with.
Come up a lot in conversation
No.
with you. Go ahead.
Actually, I do get accused of having pet retards. That's actually a thing.
Hey,
Um,
leave Gallagher out of this.
Well.
Well, Gallagher is the one that makes the accusation. But
Raven's the
ultimately,
one who's actually around.
right? But no, like thing is, it's like I was saying the other day, is like I don't understand because like you have the W, like it's basically over. Like you can just walk away and it wouldn't matter because like you're blocked by everybody that was involved, and there's nothing to bite onto anymore. It's just done.
Well, that's a reason why I think Addy is so sad because he got the victory that he wanted, and there's really nobody else he can have that much vitriol against.
Oh, there's a few.
I mean, there's a couple, but they don't measure up because
He doesn't have an arch nemesis.
no, the arch nemesis died.
Yeah.
I mean, literally. And there's nobody out there trying to dox him or anything. So I think that's why he's a little disenchanted, disaffected but for the interwebs now. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
What?
I'm guessing you got a donation.
No. I got a DM from Trippy.
Oh,
Justin.
Well, yeah. Okay. I agree with what he said. I can do that. Well, I can read it. It just says for the record, it wouldn't matter to me if you were alive when I was. I've never even told anybody not to watch you. Also, if someone told you I stream on Fridays at 6 EST, they're wrong. Lol. I'm not even upset with you. If I were, it wouldn't. Oh, hold on. If I were, it still wouldn't matter. Lol.
Okay.
You know, if you believe it or not, I still respect you for holding to your guns, man. Yeah, I mean, live your life, follow your path. I don't have anybody right now that I feel like I need to expend any of my personal energy to lock horns with. It's just the internet. It's not real. It's all fake. Even if Tonka came running in on me again, guns blazing, I'd be like, oh, that's nice. I mean, when it comes down to it, the internet means nothing. It's a place where, well, it used to be, where they could bathe in their anonymity and talk shit. And like I said, I was a member of 4chan very, very early. And it was fun to listen to people talk shit. But they were doing it just for the aspect. They weren't clout chasing. Goddamn, man, clout chasing didn't exist back then. They were doing it because it was fucking funny. And, you know, that's what the internet's lost track of. Is being funny. They think it's some place where people can gather together and become what's a good phrase? Socially
Inept.
socially conscious. Well, but that's what happened. They are the epitome of Slacktivision. They don't do anything, and I didn't say Activision because that was actually a fun kind of gaming system. But they are the prototypical Slacktivists have now become Final Form. And they don't understand that their words mean nothing because they don't have anything to back it up. You know, the old Shakespeare quote, all sound and fury signifying nothing. That's what most of these people are. And it kills them every night when they log off and get ready to go to bed of how bad their fucking lives are. That they don't have shit. That there's nobody, you know, waiting to cuddle with them or to have dinner with them or maybe to go out and see a movie or just have somebody to share their lives with, because the only thing that's important is the pseudo artificial life that they have online. And
Okay, you can quit talking shit about me now.
no, no.
I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, both of you, you are parental, so you've got the perspective now of, yeah, you know, internet fun. You know, okay, playtime's over. Time to go IRL. And
I just had a parent teacher conference today. That was fun.
Did you say, well, why aren't you beating them more?
No, I asked why am I not getting a free soda, and all the staff is, what the fuck?
Oh,
Yeah, they were giving all the staff free soda and pizza. Like, fuck the parents. Like, what the fuck? You know?
see, like when I used to show up, because, you know, I've never had kids of my own, but I've helped raise some. When we'd show up for parent teacher conferences, they would usually have like that 5-gallon jug filled with like Kool-Aid or lemonade.
Yeah.
And you could get something from that, or, you know, like one of those big bun coffee pots.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jonestown happened.
Oh man, Flavor Aid, still my favorite. It beats Kool-Aid. It beats Kool-Aid to the punch.
Nigger pop.
Well, no, that's grape drink or orange drink.
But yeah, I don't know. Like, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, like I get just bored of drama relatively quickly. And then just go and focus on something else. It's like, I'm very easily bored.
Dude, I mean, the people that supposedly had a grudge on me, I still like would talk to in DMs. And if I was going to troll, I would usually do it in the DMs because it was funny to me. It was funny to see how quickly that they caught on. It's so funny because like I can say this now. Tonka finally blocked me, but
wow.
But he did not get the fact that I was trolling him. And 9 times out of 10, I would be like shit-faced drunk and trolling him. And I'm just giggling the whole fucking time when he responds back, because you know, he's got that you know, like puffing out his chest shit and getting all artificially furious about everything. God, that fucking shit was funny. Yeah, because I will shit talk people, but normally I'll do it in private when it's like one-on-one, because that's where it's the most fun. Like I will shit talk Gallagher all the time, but but it's fun because he'll eventually catch on. Like, I see what you're doing here. That's a great thing, because
If he catches on, yes.
well, because I mean, the most fun is when you bust somebody's balls and they figure out that you're busting their balls, because it becomes 10 times funnier.
Yeah, like he can't handle deadpan very well. He just he doesn't get it. So like it could be anything, just like outlandishly absurd, said completely deadpan, and he'll just like automatically assume that I'm completely serious.
I
And just,
loved asking him, did he start the Star Wars collection before or after he hooked up?
after he hooked up, what?
With his partner.
Oh, yeah. God, you're making him sound gay. Oh wait, that's the joke. Duh. I'm tired.
There you go.
Jesus Christ.
Verbiage. It works for everybody. Yes. But he has assured me that he's not gay.
He's not. If anything, he's a fucking homophobe.
Well, yeah, but that's part of the fun. It's like, are you really sure? Because, in your avatar, you don't have a beard on, but you might still have a beard. Like Kevin Smith, allegedly. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I still think that. Because she looks like an insufferable cunt. And why would anybody want to deal with somebody like that? Unless it was for other motivations.
His wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, she looks like 20 years older than her age. Like, she has not aged well.
Yeah.
Rode hard and put up.
Well, she doesn't even smoke, but it looks like she's been chain smoking since she was 8.
She looks like she's been blowing basically everybody but Kevin Smith.
Yeah, I mean, she got her one kid out of it. And that kid
I think Kevin, I think the reason Dante was a cuck in that movie was because Kevin Smith is a cuck in real life.
I can't disagree. Like I said, I think a lot of this was self-actualization. That he's so bereft of ideas, he just wrote his life into this story.
Yeah.
Although, I would have gone to see An Evening with Kevin Smith over seeing any other movie that he ever puts out. I mean, I like it when a good bullshitter talks. And he's a pretty good bullshitter, but he's starting to run out of stories. He's starting to overlap his stories now. There's only there's only so many times you can tell Tim Burton's story.
There's only so many times you can make a movie where they're making a movie inside of a movie. Like, which he's done 3 times now, I think.
Oh God, I almost forgot about Zack and Mary Make a Porn.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I mean he did that in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back was that, and then Jay and Silent Bob Do a Reboot was that. Clerks 3 was that. I mean, I haven't seen the one you're talking about, but there's a 4th one. It's just like how many times you had to rehash. It's like how every single 80s Stephen King movie had an Indian burial ground. For some fucking weird reason.
Well,
like
because they bury Indians. Jesus.
Right. Well, it's just I get tired of the same bull. Like, God, I can't explain how extremely disappointing the last two Kevin Smith movies I've seen have been. It's bad.
See, the thing about it is as an ex Kevin Smith fan, the whole thing was you had such an opportunity to close this trilogy. As somebody who says he's a fanboy and bitches all the time about, well, until, you know, he became a corporate shill, but bitched all the time about how it's really important to have closure and it's really important to wrap it up with satisfying character arcs. There were no satisfying character arcs in Clerks 3. There were
Yeah,
none.
but Clerks 2 was enough. I don't think any more was needed. You know, that's kind of the thing.
Dude, I still,
Like that upsets me.
well, like I said, I still wanted to see Dante as a parent and him dealing with being a family, having a kid or kids, and then having to keep Randall from being an influence on his kids.
They could have even made it to where Randall like got with somebody in the end, right? But I mean, like in the end, like it was just dumb because Randall it just ended up alone. For like it just killed the character entirely. It was just fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, see, because this, you know, the new midlife crisis is the 40s and the 50s now. He could have looked at Dante and said, wow, he's got everything. And
Yep.
I think I want something like that. That could have been a tremendous character arc. I mean, I have rewritten this movie like 3 or 4 times. And every time it's Dante has it. He had it at the end of the second movie. And now it's, 15 years of Randall trying to deal with Dante having the life that he's figured out that he wants.
Yep.
I mean, wouldn't that be more satisfying than, oh, I had a heart attack. Oh, wait a minute, I had a heart attack too. Well, wait, I'm dead.
And they could even done it in a funny way where like he met a girl that was at like some con and she was a fucking Lord of the Rings cosplayer, and that would have been fucking hilarious, you know. And that's who he ended up being with was some fucking Lord of the Rings cosplayer. It would have created like it would have been like an extra form of growth, I guess you would say. You know, I don't know. Like it would have been funny at the very least, and or
when they did it's the Widowmaker heart attack, and because that's exactly almost verbatim of how Kevin Smith tells a story about his heart attack.
Really?
Yeah, that
Wow.
comes straight from his heart attack. He had a Widowmaker, and it would have been fun had Randall or Dante comes to visit Randall, and he looks at him, goes, yeah, it's supposed to kill me, and then he says, then he just looks at him and goes, I'm not even supposed to be here today. Turn the phrase completely around.
Yeah.
But no, he doesn't know what nuance is. He knows what dick and fart jokes are.
Yeah, I mean, everything just felt out of place. Like whenever I watched it the second time, it was rough the second time. Like I was just like, oh no. Like it was.
Yeah, and I like the doctor or the actor who plays the doctor, Amy Sedaris.
Yeah.
Because she was on I think Strangers with Candy. The old Comedy Central show. And that show got pretty funny. But it's just like she was there and she was saying the lines and it was just she was there. And then Justin, what's his name? Who was the ball shaver?
Yeah,
He looked
Long.
like Justin Long. He has acted way better in a lot of different shit. It just looked
You know what's
like
sad is he had the best character in the whole fucking movie,
yeah,
which is
I guess.
sad.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, God damn it, I didn't want to see Elias again. Elias should have drifted off. Because no, he was not an acolyte of Randall. He hated Randall.
Yep.
And 2, he didn't want anything to do with him. But then again, it did have that awesome Slayer moment. So
Yeah, it was just the whole thing was dumb. Also, the whole whenever the wife giving him money, I mean, like, come on, or the ex giving him money.
there's
like,
no fucking way she would have done that.
Yeah, it just didn't work. Like it felt like it was a. This is what I thought. Like, oh look, Kevin Smith wrote himself into a hole.
Yeah. I mean, as a writer, I do struggle with stuff every so often. Well, much more now because of the fucking brain damage, but I struggle, but it's the one thing where I will go back after I've written it and reread it and say, where's the bullshit? Is there any bullshit? Is there something that I'm smelling as a viewer and a reader that I will jump up out of my chair and say, bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on this. Work it as best as you can. And, play it as true as you can. I didn't really find, like I said, the end of the movie was fantasy fulfillment. Kevin Smith got to survive a heart attack, and then Kevin Smith got to die. And then imagine what it would be like.
To watch his own movie as he dies.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just like, I see exactly what you're doing as a bad writer. I mean, I've spent a lot of time mentoring people who want to be writers. And I'm like, it's just like acting. Be honest with what you're writing. If there's something that you write that makes you uncomfortable, that's good.
You see, this is what I do. Okay, my view is when in doubt, kill the character. Like, yeah. So that's like, huh?
I didn't know your real name was George R.R. Martin.
Well, no, right? No, the reason why is because, look, I have this viewpoint where a protagonist has to earn the victory, right? And there's only 2 ways a story should ever end. Either the character goes through hell and comes out of it a totally fucked up character somehow, or he gets killed somehow, and that's the only 2, because otherwise I'm not gonna care. Like, what I really fucking hate are movies and stories where the character wins because it's the protagonist. And I don't give a fuck about that. I actually was starting to write a story not that long ago where I actually open with what you believe to be the protagonist, and then just kill him off in the first fucking chapter because fuck you. And
yeah, dude,
just,
do the psycho.
Yeah, like I have this thing where I can't, like, it's not like subverting expectations in the sense where the story itself is gearing you in a specific direction, and then says, like, where I violate foreshadowing, because I think the violation of foreshadowing is kind of cringe most of the time, but it's breaking it's subverting expectations in terms of format. So most people go into a story, first character, main character, start to finish. And then for me, it's like, nah, maybe not for this one, because it's boring. Like, I want to make it more interesting. I want you invested in this future dead person's life for a moment. I want you to be invested in him, and then I want to kill him off.
Well,
And
it's like the most recent book that I wrote, the High Water Chronicles. The guy is a master assassin. He's the best at what he does. And he's a completely amoral character. And the reason for the catalyst of the whole book is the fact that demons roam the earth in human form. And what they did was they set him up to be the target. And he found out. And he found out that demons exist. Now, he doesn't really give a shit about the supernatural part of it. He's pissed off because these demons targeted him. So now, since he's got a very large bank account, because he's the best at what he does, he's going to go around and kill every demon that he can find, just because they pissed him off. And he's completely amoral. And he gets a bunch of people surrounding him, but then again, he's only using them because they have a use. There's no love story. There's no, he turns over a new leaf. No, he's probably, by the time I'm done writing everything, because I just got the first book done, by the time everything is said and done, this piece of shit's going to meet his end. And it's going to be an end that's satisfactory to him, but not necessarily to the readers or anybody else. Because he got caught up in this bullshit, and now he's going to see his vendetta to the very end.
Mm-hmm.
That's fun for me to write. Because, if I write a guy who has no limitations, if there's somebody who's flagging in this crew that he put together or compromises the crew, they're going to get a bullet in their head. Plain and simple.
Yeah, I see a story that I've been working on for a while. This character, so I like to play with the idea of forcing people to actually think constructively about like basically challenge their mindset on morality. So for example, this character basically just opens the story, kills dozens of innocent people from the very start, and basically has this mission that you don't even know what it is, right? You have an idea of what it is, but the full totality of the mission isn't there, because I don't think the reader deserves to fucking know everything.
Nope.
Basically, as the story progresses, he's doing really bad shit throughout the story, and then at the very end, you actually learn that the reason he's doing this is to kill this particular female faction leader, of the faction that he's chasing after, and he killed all those people to become a part of them. But I wanted to make you think that he already was, so it's this weird twisted question mark of what side is this guy really on. And so that at the very end, when he finally meets the person he wants to kill, you find out that the reason he killed her was to get his kid back. That was the whole thing. So at the very end of the story, you figure out what the main motivation is, and then your question is what he did actually bad? Would you do it? Would you not? Right? How many people would you kill for the same goal?
I enjoy moral ambiguity.
Yeah, and so that's kind of that whole story is, and then I had this idea for a sequel later, and how the guy kind of goes from that to, and how he transforms as a character from being the robotic character he starts off as to being more empathetic, and the more empathetic he becomes throughout the story, the closer he gets to death. And then basically by the end of his storyline, he ends up getting killed.
Hey, Black.
Yeah.
I think I speak for both of us whenever I say anybody got in between us and our children. Um, the amount of bodies will be the least of their work.
Right? I mean, I would kill other children to get my kid back. I don't give a shit. So
So you're saying that, you know, if there's like a child Taliban, they are dead?
a
If
what?
there's
A,
a fly situation, those little fuckers are dying.
a child Taliban.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think moral ambiguity is a fun thing to play with.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, sometimes the good guy is the bad guy.
Yeah, well, and the thing is too that I wanted to make very clear is that you also find out that the person that he killed, that was the leader of that faction, was actually also his wife. You know, and how it was demonstrated, how I envisioned it in my head was that whenever you don't really find out until one moment, and what happens is he sneaks up behind her, and she knows he's there, and he shoots her. And before she can actually fall, he grabs her real quick and gently lays her onto the floor. And it's like the first time in the entire story that he showed any amount of gentle nature to anyone. And then that's when you find out who she is and what she had done, and she apologizes. And then shortly after that, he finds the kid. So it's kind of like this weird mixed bittersweet emotion moment at the very end.
Was her name Karen?
Yes. No, I haven't even figured that much out yet. But no, I mean, the thing is like, I thought it was a cool idea because like it's showing and not telling, right? And that's something that I think a lot of people miss out on, like Kevin Smith.
Well, there are too many people out there, especially in Hollywood, that think that their audience has the IQ of pudding,
right?
And that they have to have everything spoon fed to them. It's like the last movie that I saw that got me, that flipped the script, that I didn't see it coming, was Fight Club, and it was so outrageous. But that's been
Dude,
like,
it was so obvious.
But that's been 24. Well, no, it wasn't until it finally got to they say that he changes his face. You know, he has plastic surgery every 2 years. And I'm like, wait a minute. Something's not going right. And then all of a sudden, they're calling him sir? Oh, fuck. I get it. But,
yeah, I mean...
that's the good thing. It's like Usual Suspects at the very beginning. Within the first 5 minutes, I'm like, yeah, that's Kaiser Soze. And they're like, how do you know that? And I was like, well, because he's the only one who survived. Duh. Well, no, the other person could have survived. No, they didn't. And they're like, oh, but he was watching when he was in the ropes. And I was like, there wasn't anybody there. There were no, if there were eyes staring back, I would have some moment to doubt. But there wasn't anybody there. They were just showing a shot of flames dancing off a bunch of ropes. That's it. There wasn't anybody there. But it was really nice, though, to see the transformation at the end. When, he starts walking normally, his hand straightens out, he lights a cigarette, just looks around, and then in the car. It was very nicely shot, and technically, he didn't spoon feed you anything but lies, because you had an unreliable narrator the whole goddamn time.
Best kind.
And it does make you think afterwards, well, what the fuck was the truth?
Oh, you know what I do hate in books a lot? I refuse to put this in a book ever. I hate inner monologue. I really, really hate it. I hate reading it. I don't give a shit what the character's fucking thinking. Um, I just don't give a fuck.
I mean,
Um,
I'm kind of a fan when it comes to noir.
yes, but I'm not gonna write noir because I'm not that talented. But but the thing is though is that plus I love noir too much. I couldn't do it. If that makes any sense. But no, like it's one of those things where I think books rely too heavily on inner monologue to spoon feed information that I don't need
Yeah, they
nor
can.
want. This was actually, as much as I like Gur Martin's first Game of Thrones book, he kind of did that a little bit where he used inner monologue to give tiny backstories on newly introduced characters. And I'm like, dude, I don't care. I don't give a shit about Kat's relationship with her uncle. All right. I just don't give a fuck. Just tell me it's her fucking uncle and what roughly he looks like, and yay, good. And then I want you to show me the relationship. You don't have to fucking tell me, right? And that's something that like I think is missed a lot. Like, and so like I'd rather cheat it. Where like I have this, which actually one I'm currently writing. That's not just an idea. Is following just a character basically the entire story, and instead of having inner monologue, he just talks to his horse.
Yeah.
Which I think is funnier, and more entertaining, and B, it's funnier and more entertaining. I can't stand inner monologue, and so I want this guy to just vomit all of his bullshit onto a stupid horse. And well, the horse isn't stupid, but they have some weird. The humor there is like this, like I don't want to say Abbott and Costello, but it's kind of like that, where basically the horse it gives implications that the horse understands what he's saying, but who knows, kind of thing.
Well, and that's honestly, it's the measure of a good writer if you make every effort not to use inner monologue, unless it's a specific type of story. Because one of the things that I'm really good at is writing dialogue. Now, I'm going to hate it when I get to the point where I'm not able to write modern day dialogue, or like right how the young kids are talking today. That kind of shit.
Right.
Matter of fact, I'm involved in a project right now that is plotted. It's a comic book that's being plotted by somebody else, and I'm like, oh well, we can do this, this, and this, and he's like, oh, well, I just kind of want this, and I'm like, okay, but let me just. You're walking through a minefield right now. Would you rather tell this story in a one-directional way, or do you want your readers to be able to grab a hold of the steering wheel and feel like they're driving? That's that.
Right.
That's that. The one thing I always consider when I'm writing is because I'm a reader. I'm like, okay, where is this going to take me? I love getting 2 or 3 chapters in and going, okay, well, we're moving westward, but what is the actual road that we're going to take to get there? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. Like, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would say too, like, the reason why just in case you're wondering why the guy is talking to his horse is this is a weird take on history, on whatever, on mystery, but it's supposed to be it's a historical fiction, but it's a mystery, like not really a murder mystery, but like akin to something like that.
Well,
and so he's always with his horse.
Well, I can offer you this. When it's a finished story, I'd love to read it. And I do have somebody who is a kick-ass editor.
That's good.
So if
Editing is basically half of writing.
Well, if you want to avail yourself to those services, I'm sure she would be cool with it because she loves reading new writers. Her big
Nursey.
Yeah, her big thing was she's a hammer and I'm a velvet glove. I love to say, okay, well, where were you going? What were you doing on this? And remember that thing, oh, this is bullshit. She's called me on bullshit so many times. She's like, why the fuck would you write it this way? This is dumb. And I'm like, okay, let me see if I can write a way out of this. That I'm not going all Kevin Smith. And you have to have those people around you. I had a literary agent who was of no fucking help for the year that I paid for him. No help whatsoever. He wasn't getting me to editors that would be blunt or at least trying to get me to focus or to legitimately get to here's the piece in the story that doesn't work. Here's the square wheel on your wagon.
Mm-hmm.
So get into that and work that. And my whole thing was I would get people to focus. Okay, what do you really want to tell with this story? Okay, you want it to be a scary story. So how do you build tension? This isn't like writing Jet the Killer or Slender Man. This is like, how are you going to get people wrapped up in your story? If you're only writing for 12 pages, I see where you have to have impact in a quicker way. But still, there has to be a pace. There has to be a way to make the story work to where you can, it's like a roller coaster where you can feel that first hill, that you're going up that first hill. Then there's that one moment, that one brief moment where it stops at the top of the hill. And you don't know if it's going over or not. But you know it's going to go over. But you're hung in that suspension. You're living in that brief reality before it drops. And boom.
We see.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say that story idea, the thing that makes it different, because I don't want to write just a mystery because fucking anybody could do that, and it's not just the place that makes it interesting. By
the way,
I'm obsessed.
By the way, mysteries. The easiest way to write a mystery is write it backwards.
True. Yes. But which is where I'm having the difficulty. But ultimately with the middle. But no, the thing is though, is that there's a supernatural element to it, right? Or the idea of it. So basically, how the story opens is the main character. First, the main character owes the church money. So that's kind of the first premise. Is he's basically a slave to the church, more or less. Short version. And anyway, so
Isn't everybody?
Right. And so he's asked to go on a quest to investigate some weird event. And this is taking place in, by the way, 8th century France during the reign of Charlemagne, right?
Okay.
So, but ultimately, the church is very much in control at this time, obviously. And there was this weird event that happened in the northern part of the kingdom, and they had a local priest, be brought to them who appears to be fucked out of his head and traumatized from something that he saw. And what he saw is of a pagan myth. And so basically the main character's job is to investigate basically where the myth is, where what happened, stuff like that, right? And he knows very little information other than this one crazy priest word and some rumors. And so effectively, there's that element to it, and the whole mystery is what's the scam, because it's all a scam. The main character is very cynical, and he doesn't he's not particularly religious. In fact, he's married to a pagan, which is supposed to be its own tension in the story. And so basically, and he can't say he's an atheist because one, that didn't exist yet, and two, he'd be probably dead. But the point is though, is that he basically
agnostics existed back then.
8th century, probably not. But that word didn't exist. That's the important bit there. So in other words, he may have been I don't know, which is what agnostic means, but that doesn't mean that he wouldn't be able to actually articulate that. And if he just said, I don't know, or I don't believe, or whatever, that's the number one unforgivable sin of Christianity is not believing in God, right? So at the end of the day,
dude, one of my favorite lines that I wrote was yes, I prayed to God and he answered me with silence.
Yeah.
So now I answer him with silence.
Right. But yeah, I mean, basically there's this myth that inspired all of this. It's a old pagan tradition, and I can't remember it was a cult actually, and I can't remember what the name of the cult is offhand. But what they did was they'd pull this wagon, right? That's actually slaves that would pull this wagon, and fun fact, America didn't invent slavery, despite what people will tell you.
Really?
And yeah, really. And anyway, they had these slaves that were they'd pull these wagons. This went on actually in the Bronze Age all the way up until the 10th century. It's crazy. But the slaves would pull this wagon. It would have a statue of this particular goddess, again, can't remember the name of. And basically the myth was whenever you saw that wagon come through your village, everybody had to stop. It didn't matter if it was war, you're middle of a fight. They either would lay down their arms or they would sheath their weapons upon seeing it. So it was obviously a big deal, right? And then they would go to the closest water hole, right? The slaves would clean the goddess or the statue of the goddess, and then would be very swiftly have their throat slit and drowned at the same time. And that they were the offering to the goddess, and in my head, whenever I heard about that or read about it, I was like, oh my God, wouldn't that be the best way to just sell weapons? Because believe it or not, back in the day, illegal weapons export was a thing. And then when I did more research into that concept in medieval period, turns out not only was it a thing in that area, but that Charlemagne actually made that illegal when he got into power, thinking that somehow the illegal transport of weapons, or the transport of weapons being sold to anyone in bulk being illegal would somehow stop it, right? And then I immediately thought to now, it's kind of like how banning a gun would stop people from buying them. It was hilarious. But ultimately, and then I thought, well, wow, so what if this whole story revolves around this particular cult, and what it really is, it's not actually a cult, it's in the guise of a cult, and they're trying to use that to get away with selling weapons. And that was it'd be perfect, because the slaves there, the willing slaves, they would be killed, so you'd effectively have zero witnesses. It's a perfect crime. Fuck it. And that was what so as I said, it's a historical fiction. I highly doubt that ever happened, but I know that a lot of these other things did happen at the time, and some kind of whatever. I think it's interesting.
Write it. I would read it. By the way, that quote that I gave you,
Hmm.
it was from a historical story I was writing about the 13th century.
Hmm.
Something something said to another character. Well, you'll get this. During Lord Edward's crusade,
Hmm.
you know, the final, the last.
Yes. Where he got hit in the neck.
I mean,
Or that's not Edward. That's not Edward. I'm thinking about Lionheart.
no,
Whoops.
but Edward did survive an assassination.
Hmm.
But it was one of his men when they were trying to take Tunis, because like most of his army got fucking wiped because of disease.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. It wasn't, oh, we died bravely in battle. It's like, oh no, we're shitting ourselves to death.
Well, that was actually pretty common. There was a lot of sieges where they would talk about how they got destroyed honorably, but it was just bullshit.
Yeah,
What are you
but-
gonna do? Go back to your king and say we lost to cholera?
Yeah, but I mean, I always thought that was a great line for you know, a soldier to tell his superior, you know, as he was. I mean, literally, disease is ravaging everybody, and you know, talking about how, you know, essentially it was a fuck God thing.
It was a what?
It was essentially a fuck God thing.
Oh yeah.
Because you know, they were trying to encourage him, you know, even though he was weak, you know, to get down on his knees and pray to God and blah blah blah. And then
One of the yeah.
yeah, you know, and then he comes up with the, you know, I prayed to God and he answered me with silence. Now I answer him with silence. You know,
I missed a good line.
yeah, I loved it. I mean, I had that in my head, and I wrote all the way around this fucking thing. Like, okay, this is a great line. It's going to be from a dying soldier. Who do I do it? And then I started researching the Crusades, which, goddamn, the Crusades are a pain in the ass.
No shit, yeah. I mean, the 8th century, like Franks, like the Frankish Empire and the Charlemagne Empire is a pain in the ass. Because we don't know shit. Like, not really. And so like I have a lot of stuff I'm gonna have to infer because they didn't write.
Well, it's not like the Northmen had a script written and then passed up from generation to generation.
The Norse, yeah, they did. They had sagas.
Well, no, I mean, but everything was not fleshed out, so they had to improvise. But it's a great movie,
Right. But I it's one of these things where I don't know. I like the story is stupid because there's a whole middle part that I haven't figured out yet. Like how I know where point B is and point A is, and then meeting in the middle is the pain in the ass. And there's a whole stupid subplot too. But one of the things that I was determined to do, because I'm tired of a very specific narrative. So here's the thing: Charlemagne was very anti-pagan, right? And so this is like one of the few times in history where a Christian lord specifically went out of his way to be as barbaric to pagans as possible.
yeah.
But it wasn't black and white like that, and that's like one of the things that I hate about like modern movies in that anywhere around that period is they're constantly making Christians look like the ultimate villain when in reality they were both equally gruesome. It was just a different religion.
Oh, dude,
And that's something I want to throw in there.
dude, the fucking Knights Templar were little fucking slaughter monkeys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's just like that's way later, but yeah, like it's one of those things where in my story, I want to make it very clear that there's tension, but no side is neither are really better. Like I wouldn't have want like if I went back in time, like myself, like a Christian back then is not even recognizable. Like our
Dude.
idea of a Christian today is insane.
Dude, if you go back in time, you'd be dead from dysentery.
True. But not only that, like all right, but people also like to romanticize pagans as victims. And that's the other thing that fucking pisses me off. It's like, look, it's not this simple. Like they both just hated each other. Okay, you can't just pick a football team, right? They're both shit. The only difference is Christians won because paganism is stupid. That's the only bottom line, right?
Well,
Like,
until like the Christians fought the Celts, then they got some pushback.
Right. Well, I mean, the point I'm getting at there is that it's easier to unite people under a singular deity than it is to unite people under multiple deities, and that's kind of like the like in the end, it was easier to make people, or it was easier to follow Christianity, and it still is. It's streamlined.
Oh,
Like, and that's not true for Christianity. Same thing with fucking Judaism and Islam. Like, there's a reason they exist to this day. Is it's a
monotheistic.
Monotheistic. Monotheism is the ultimate streamlining of religion. I mean, like you're not like it's like, and it's hard to explain. It's like Skyrim versus fucking Morrowind, the video games. You know, like it's so heavily streamlined. 90% of your plebs. Actually, better example, because I know you've seen it. Like there's no way Marvel movies could fail. Like, or not no way, but it would be unlikely, right? Like Avengers, the moment the trailer hit, you had to know it was going to make tons of money because the plebs eat it up because it's so streamlined, so simple, so to the point, so on the nose that you can't like not see 90% of the population watching it just to mindlessly enjoy something with popcorn. And same concept.
By the way, did you cringe when Randall and Clerks 3 started talking about Crom being his god?
I laughed the first time, and then it got fucking stupid. Whenever he was laying on the table and was praying to Crom or whatever, I'm like, okay, dude, fuck you. First off, he was looking up, which pissed me off. You don't look up at Crom, you look down.
Well, no, but the whole thing was, okay, he's trying to pull something in to incite Elias. That's all. That's all he's doing, because Elias supposedly was a Randall superfan. If you remember, that's in the dialogue. He would have already known that Randall prayed to Crom.
Yeah,
because they did together for what? It was 2008 when Clerks 2 came out. So at least 15 years.
But no, it just pissed me off because like the first time it was mentioned, it was funny. Like, and then it just got dumb. I didn't know that Eli was a super fan. I didn't get that from Clerks 2, but
no, it didn't happen in Clerks 2 because Randall spent his time torturing him. But apparently in 3 he had become a Randall acolyte.
I don't even remember. Yeah, see, I watched it twice, and that just went over my head. Apparently,
yeah.
But that's dumb. Then, yeah. Well, I mean, like, yeah, it wouldn't make any sense why he would come in as a Christian at that point either. Yeah, dude. First off, the Christian thing was cringy in the first place, and he almost got edgy with the trans, or was it trans? It was or was it trans? Yeah, like no, that was it. Yeah, he became trans, and then just Randall had no opinion.
Well, no, he became a Satanist.
No. Yeah, but I thought he went trans after that.
No,
after the Satanist thing.
No, he was just dressing up, like when he dressed up like Pris from Blade Runner. You know, with the blonde wig.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
yeah. I don't think Kevin Smith had a grasp on what he was doing, because
Well, and the thing is, it's like, why wouldn't, like, the only time Randall made fun of him really was the Christianity bit. That was really after that. It's like, why aren't you making fun of him for the Satanism thing? Why aren't you making fun? It was just.
yeah, yeah, and really, sincerely, if this would have been the Randall of the other two shows, he would have ripped apart the Disney Star Wars saga.
I know, yeah.
There's so much fertile ground there.
But he was just a blind fan, which was like really annoying. And that was something that like SMG like missed from what I was saying. So I wasn't saying that I was mad because Randall was a fan of Star Wars. Of course he was a fan of Star Wars. My issue is that previously he mainly only talked about the original trilogy. He didn't talk about the prequels, presumably because he didn't like them. And if I remember right, and then he didn't talk about the sequels either, but he talked about The Mandalorian. And The Mandalorian fucking sucked.
Yeah, but that was almost legit a total blow-off line. Because she's like, I don't know about that. It's like, it's from The Mandalorian. And it's like, and that was the end of it. Because Randall is not the kind of person that does blow-off lines. He's the kind of person who sets something up so he can go into it and rip on somebody with it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was not the character that was in Clerks 3. I mean, he was being shitty to Dante, and, you know, more shitty than he had been. Hell, he was being shittier to him more than he was shitty to him in Clerks, the animated series. And he was pretty shitty to him in the animated series.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's... God damn it, write your characters. Make them three-dimensional.
Yeah, so that's something that I do whenever I'm writing. Like, I write out the characters first. I outline the character and everything, like, way before I even actually start writing the story. I have, like, notes on the character and what they're like, what they want, and what their views are, even if they most of the shit that will never make it into the story.
Well,
but just to, so I have.
And dude, the secret of how I write my stories is that I look at them like I'm Sybil. Like, I have multiple personality disorder.
Right.
I pick a piece of me, and even though I write up character profiles, I pick a piece of me and put it in there. You know, that's their quirk, or this is a specific way that they look at things. And in that way, it's really, really easy to write. I also steal voices of people that I know and assign those voices to the characters as I write, so I can hear them more clearly in my head.
Right. I mean, that's kind of what I do. So like, for example, the characters talk about to the horse. First off, I don't like horses. So, fun fact. So that there's that, but the character talks too much. I talk too much. That's like his quirk, is that he talks too much. But you know, but outside of that, there's not a whole lot in common. Like he's obsessed with his horse. So like that was the comparison. It was like Han Solo and Chewbacca was the inspiration for the horse in that character. You know, how like Chewbacca will,
Dude, the Lone Ranger was very attached to his sword, his horse.
Yeah. It's very similar to that too. Yeah. Like it's like, but it's supposed to be like lighthearted. Like this story is one of my my only, like kind of lighthearted, idea where it's not too mature audience, right? And the only reason I'm doing it that way is because it's territory I haven't conceived before. So usually I write like really dark shit.
Oh, I love writing everything. There was a time when I worked back at the Panty Catalog, and I'm like, okay, you give me a genre, and you give me the name of the main character, and you give me 7 days, and I'll have a story written. And good God, I had a lot of fun doing that. That's a nice test, especially when they give you Western and mentally challenged bar back in a saloon. I'm like, all right, that's fun. Here we go.
Yeah, you see, and that's the thing. I have an idea for a Western too. I have like one for like every setting, but the thing is like I don't like. I like to pick like weird settings and then apply what would be stereotypically modern in terms of the genre to the setting, right? So like having a mystery that's in the medieval period, nobody does that. And the only reason the main reason I also conceived that was because like, here's the thing I'm tired of. Medieval movie. Okay, so we got to have two giant armies and they clash and stuff. I hate that. I'm so tired of that. I want to come up with one where it's feasible that this character existed in the period. It's not at all unlikely. And secondly, more importantly than that, it's like an everyday life kind of thing. So you're seeing people existing in the period and how they live, and you're seeing like instead of it being this weird like distant thing that all these historical movies are in the period, it's always gay. It's just like nobody tries to. I can't think of a good movie at the top of my head, but a lot of these like historical movies, they feel distant. Like I can't really connect with the character at all because there's nothing resembling anything. Like actually, a good example would be Braveheart. I love Braveheart, but Mel Gibson's character isn't really relatable, right? Like, he's kind of like an avatar of an ideal.
See, now, if I'm going to go historical, my favorite line from a historical movie is "Uncancelled Christmas."
Yeah. And I want to say for the record, before anybody sees this later and chews me out, if anybody does, I don't know if anybody would ever watch to this point, but no, Braveheart is barely anything I would at all call a historical film, to be fair.
Well, film buffs chewed it up.
Oh yeah, I mean it's easy to chew up. But for me, like, look, all you have to tell me is Mel Gibson is in it, and then instant masterpiece. I don't care. I'm one of those people that if probably too much of a fanboy of Mel Gibson to the point I want to make a cult around Mel Gibson.
Well,
and
you've seen Apocalyptica then, right?
Absolutely.
That I don't know if that was real or not, but it was.
There's a lot wrong with the movie.
It was very visceral.
Yes, there's a lot wrong with the movie. Like smallpox wasn't a thing yet. And smallpox wasn't a thing yet because the Spaniards hadn't even arrived yet until the end of the movie. So why is it in the middle? There's smallpox. The other thing that was wrong with it is they didn't kill like that many or sacrifice that many people. Like, like there's a lot like with that movie that's just like historically inaccurate, and I don't care because like it's a Mel Gibson movie, even though he wasn't in it. It was an entertaining movie, and like I'm not going to chew it up too much because I think Mel Gibson did a good job. It's like the movie that he also did, Passion of the Christ, has like basically nothing to do with the Bible. Like it's barely even biblical. And
yeah, it does. Hey, Let's see how much we can beat the shit out of the Christ Savior.
Dude, I watched that movie in church.
Holy fuck.
Like when I was a kid, the pastor didn't even see it yet, and was pretty embarrassed. Or not the pastor, but the Sunday school teacher,
Yeah, 'cause
technically.
they're getting the shit kicked out of him.
I loved it.
It was very gory. Okay,
I
so
loved it.
we are at 4:00.
Fuck.
Would you like to make a closing statement?
Yeah. What would be my closing statement? See, I'm so tired. I can't even fucking improv. Black people are not real. Okay? There's no such thing as a black person. They're just off-white.
They're called
There we go.
shadows.
Huh?
They're called shadows.
Yes.
Hey, and I appreciate everybody showing up for the stream. We had about a dozen people at one time, so that was kind of nice. Streamlabs has told me that a magical $20 and or $22 have been donated. So I am appreciative for that. If we're breaking it down, that is what for 222, that's 10%. So we're getting somewhere. I guess I'm gonna be running earlier tomorrow because it's paycheck day to see if I can win the hearts, minds, and wallets of others. Or if nothing else, if you do decide to come back on, we could bore the shit out of people just talking about the passion of writing. Because
yeah,
there's nothing like it. Because without writing, people, you wouldn't have the stories that you're watching on your TVs or on your silver screen.
Well, the biggest enemy of writing for me is just laziness. So what I need to do is to take, believe it or not, Sylvester Stallone's advice. Lock myself in a building, close all the windows, or cover up all the windows so I don't know night from day. No electricity, just a lamp, and then just write.
Well, do you remember how Robert E. Howard wrote?
No.
He was so fucking crazy that he'd give himself whiskey and his cigars, and he'd start writing. And when he'd start getting into his cups, he said he could feel a presence over his shoulder.
Oh.
Standing there watching him. And he could swear that it was Conan. And it got to the point to where Conan was dictating to him.
Wow.
And Conan would not let him get up from the chair until he finished the story. Yeah, Robert E. Howard had some problems.
He had schizophrenia.
Well, he killed himself eventually, so.
Oh, did he kill himself,
Yeah.
or did Conan kill him?
There were only one set of fingerprints on the gun. So.
Oh, okay.
So who knows? Conan could have wiped it clean.
Yeah, dude, somebody is losing Twitter accounts because I'm for some reason there was 3 people I was following that are just I'm no longer following, and I don't know who they are. Just out of nowhere.
So what do you think? Do you think I should make one of those get to the goal kind of bars for tomorrow?
Probably. Yeah, I think it's usually helpful. Because I think one of the issues that people probably had is that I'm sure a lot of people came and before you started e-begging, so they probably had no idea.
I was e-begging off the bat, and then when I'd get double digits, I was e-begging, I'm just not
Yeah.
good at it.
I'm just saying, like, if they have a visual reminder, it might be a lot easier. And put less of the responsibility onto you to, say anything as often.
Good God.
But
I don't even know where to go for those.
and you should totally like just title your stream e-begging. Just go full e-beggar.
E-beggar, please.
Yeah, like
Good. Chat box, alert box, no. A follower goal? No.
you
That's
know what
cool.
else you could do too is you could even make it even more interesting and give some kind of stupid award that you like for example fuck, I don't even know. Like maybe their screen names be written on your shirt or something, or I don't know.
Dude, I've got old I've got old IRS merch.
I mean,
I would pass that over.
yeah, I mean, I don't mean like that, like something that involves them in the wedding somehow. Or like maybe fuck, I don't even know. Like, or do you do shots at the open bar for every donation?
I don't know if I'll be going live. I mean, if I do, I'll be face doxing, but I'm like, I give a fuck.
Well, you said at one point you were going to do that anyway.
Oh yeah,
Eventually.
yeah. I've got my first rock channel video done. It is so garbage. Okay, wait a minute. How do I? Settings that I go into? Okay. No, settings just say what the colors are. I wish there was somebody awake out there that could tell me.
I've never done it actually, so.
Okay.
See, I am trying to get, my goal is to get to 1,000 subs.
Man. There's got to be a place on here. You know what? I'm going to go to defaults. And let's see if I can change it. Defaults. Oh, you fucking killing me here. How do I change it? I'm sitting here at the donation goal thing.
Dude, I have no clue. I've never done this. So, for the record, actually, the best person to ask? Gaming.
I think I'm just going to leave this up, and then I will harass him tomorrow.
Yeah, because he does that frequently-ish enough.
Yeah, I'm sitting here, the cursor's bouncing, but I'm not able to erase anything. That's so weird. Oh no, we don't want. Oh, I just fuck that up. Holy shit. Okay, we go back to widgets. Viewer counter. You share. Game widget, poll widget. I think it would have to be under goals. Ugh. Those are ugly. Okay, so and you put me back to where I can see the donuts. Asshole. Alert box, chat box, follower goal. Yeah, we've been there. And credits, no. The jar, it's gotta be donation goal. Yeah, this was the place where I was before. But there's got to be a way to figure out how to. And my brain just melted. Fuck. Okay, never mind. So let's say goodbye to the 3 people that are watching. One is me. So
Damn.
So the one person who is watching, which is probably Cybertaz, since this is he's the third shifter. I'd just like to say thanks to everybody for coming out. And until I can figure out a better catchphrase, I'm probably just going to steal my old one for Doctor on Call. And that is, don't give up on your dreams, because your dreams never give up on you. Good night.